I'm very pleased to welcome you all to the Surf Migration, both real and virtual offices, and to Toronto Metropolitan University. I would like to start with a land acknowledgement. We're meeting here today in Toronto. That is the traditional land of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Mississauga tribes. It's the dish with one spoon territory. And I very much like this message because the dishes are natural resources and we all share with them in one spoon, which means we're invited in peace and friendship. And we are responsible also to take care of the environment, both synchronically, like share it with each other, but also intergenerationally, we're responsible, we're caretakers as the indigenous, the tradition tells us we're caretakers of this environment, and it comes to the past and we have to give it to the future generations. On this note, I also recognize my responsibility, and it's not an easy one that I have, I'm still working on it as a settler in this land, as an uninvited guest. And what is my responsibility, particularly working on migration and, bridging the two together, settler colonialism with migration in Canada, how do we move forward? So I think this is, at least for me, an open question and a responsibility. At the same time, I would like to acknowledge, and I believe most of you are aware, that our university is now called Toronto Metropolitan University. And the reason is that Egerton Ryerson was one of the architects of the residential school system. And I want to say that this university had been grappling with this legacy for over 4 to 5 years now, but the events of spring 2021 and the discovery of the unmarked graves really gave us a needed push to embark into this, name change, which, as you can imagine, for the administration means a big cost in resources and money, from replacing physical, labels to redoing our website, which has already happened, and our emails we know are going to be changed later in the year. So if you still see them as rice, don't worry, we are still receiving them. And all putting all the bits and pieces together. Without further ado, I'm very happy to welcome you. Maybe I can say just 2 words about the Canada Excellence Research Chair program, and then I'll pass it on to Stein to speak about this particular project. And it was great to meet online. What was it, 2 months ago or 3 months ago already? And it's great to have all our team today: Stein, Priya, Masood, who just arrived, and Nevin, who is there in the other side of the room. So the Canada Excellence Research Chair is, I suppose many of you are not familiar. Excellence Chairs are a special program of the federal government where universities apply and they say, I think I'm excellent in this field, and I'd like you to invest more in me developing this area. And I make a commitment as well, an equivalent commitment as a university, to further invest in research on this area. And this is what Toronto Met did back now almost 4 years ago. In 2018, it won a very competitive call. And I want to say that the merit for this is all of my colleagues like Usha George and Harold Bowder, John Shields, Rupa Banerjee, and Mehru Ali, who were the steering committee guiding this. And I came in to take this chair. Toronto Med has been very strong, I think, traditionally in settlement and immigration studies, and we are further developing. So this program brings together over 25 researchers full-time at different levels. Like some are PhD candidates and graduate students, but most are at the postdoc and more senior level. And we're looking into different fields like migrant integration, but also migration management. And we have an equal commitment of looking at things that are relevant for Canada, but also research and policy questions that are relevant internationally. So this is I hope that through the Virtual Bridge project website, you can also visit our general website. And I know we're connecting with some of you already in different, partnerships, but we also welcome further connections. And I'm delighted that we have gotten this project, because this has been, the role of social media in, in very different ways, like for people to connect, for people to prepare to come to Canada, for people to help their labor market integration, for organizations to help boost their resources. And we all have been catapulted to this online world back in early 2020. And as we were saying over coffee, we made the best, I think, of a bad thing. But the question is, how do we make treasure of this experience and the skills we have developed and carry it forward while hopefully we remain in an in-person connection as well. So I think we are delighted because we feel this project has many interesting research, outcomes and how can I say, directions where it can develop. But we also hope and feel it can really have an impact in terms of building our capacity of delivering services through social media, and also building the capacity of newcomers and of employers, to connect through social media and use them. And we do acknowledge that I think labor market integration of newcomers still leaves a lot to be desired. And we know that unfortunately this skilling is still, a big issue. And without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to Stein, who will guide us today.
Thank you, Anna. Yep. So yeah, thanks everyone for being here today, for the virtual attendees and also for the in-person participants. I'm very happy to be part of this project and to have the opportunity to meet all these colleagues in person as well as online. I'm I'm especially grateful to the partner organizations that have taken the time and also travel to the Cirque and be with us here today to have this awesome discussion on communications in the settlement sector. I hope everyone is as excited as I am about this topic. In terms of this project, I'm also we've done a lot of work to actually be. I wanted to thank Sindhu for also helping me organize this event. It's my first event organizing it, so she's sort of the expert in this area. so yeah, so just once again, thanks everyone for taking the time. I don't want to turn this into this whole the entire workshop into a research discussion or research speak. I wanted to be more of a discussion between practitioners, which are the people sitting around me in the room and the people online as well. And but just to and also sort of build on solutions for the sector. But just to start off the conversation, I wanted to just mention what exactly is the problem that we're trying to address and what the problem or the issue statement for this workshop is. So we know that newcomers in the past and also going forward are using social media and online media, just generally being online a lot nowadays, and are constantly adapting to technological change. So as technology changes, newcomers are quite resilient in being able to incorporate and use new technologies in as they arise. The staff at settlement service organizations are also very tech savvy. They're also using online media, social media a lot. But most recently, what we found coming from the data and speaking mostly from the data side, surveys that have been done by WES, which is World Education Services, and ACS, which is Association of Canadian Studies. What they found recently is that newcomers are online. Settlement services organizations are using social media to try and target newcomers, but for some reason, newcomers are not finding the services they need online. And this kind of creates concern among the entire sector as why we need to better target our communications in a way that the people that need the services the most also find it. And we also understand that communications is very, very difficult, right? And targeting newcomers is also especially difficult for various reasons because of the nature of mobility. So newcomers being highly mobile, they're constantly moving residences, especially targeting newcomers before they come to Canada can be very, very difficult. There's also this very deep digital divide that affects the newcomer community more deeply than the general population. And this makes it even more difficult to find newcomers, especially those that are living in rural areas, people with disabilities, people that need the services more than others. And just simply going online has its own risks associated with it. So people that do manage to eventually go online face issues of misinformation, fake news, cybersecurity threats, identity theft, fraud, so on and so forth. And most importantly, as newcomers come to Canada, their needs are short-lived. So um, being able to target newcomers at the right time, at the right place is incredibly essential. And if you don't target them very early on, some of those scarring effects or those bad experiences live with them throughout their life in Canada. Um, so given these limitations and also the limitations of the settlement sector in terms of financial assistance, having staff having staff in the communication side of things, having access to tools and having even sometimes limited skills and training in the sector, sometimes it might make it very difficult to target communications towards newcomers. So a major objective of this project is to sort of meet newcomers exactly where they are and where they are using these services, or where they need these services. So informing them, creating awareness, these are sort of the main goals of this project. And at Toronto Metropolitan, what we try to do is try to address these problems through our strengths, which is through research and creating tools that people might need. So yeah, so I don't, like I said, I don't want to take up too much of Marco's time as well. So I want to just give the floor to Marco. So Marco is already a very known name in the sector. He's a consultant providing advice to various settlement service organizations over the years. So I don't think he needs much of an introduction. So I'm just going to give the floor over to Marco. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Stein. And I just want to start, I want to thank Anna for her land acknowledgement and acknowledge that I'm in East Toronto. So I'm on the traditional lands of the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat, and the Mississaugas of the Credit, also still covered with the Dish with One Spoon Treaty. And just to say as well that a little while ago, I wondered what responsibility our sector and newcomers have when it comes to truth and reconciliation. And so I looked into the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's call to actions, and there's only a couple specific to newcomers, and one is adding language to the oath of citizenship acknowledging Aboriginal and treaty rights, and this has been done. So we're one down, a simple one, but an important one to make it public. And the other is to revise the information kits, welcome kits that newcomers get, as well as the citizenship test, to reflect a more inclusive history of diverse Aboriginal peoples of Canada, including information about treaties and the history of residential skills. And this one is still very much a work in progress by government, but the sector has been active on this. And so there are a number of really good resources created by immigrant and refugee serving organizations that you can use to have these conversations in your organization and with newcomers. And so I'm just going to share a link in the chat, and Stein, hopefully you can share it with folks who are in person, that provides links to some of these useful guides and resources, as well as some of the definitions, for example. So just to acknowledge that we have much work to do, but that there are those in the sector who are doing that work. And so I think that it's important to acknowledge that. So I'm going to share my screen and dive a little bit into kind of the overview of some logistics. So you will get everything that I'm sharing today in terms of the resources, the slide deck, links and things like that, just to let you know. So you'll get these resources. Today, we're going to hopefully do a bit of interactivity. And so I want to show you a couple of things we're going to be doing. Hopefully some of you, hopefully you received the session handouts. These are some worksheets that you'll be able to access and use after. You can use them. We'll go through some of them during the presentation, just to give you a taste of what these look like and how you can use them, but they're for you to use after. There's a couple sections, for example, closer to the end, where I've got these social media strategy maps, a service canvas, as well as a simulation game. These are things we won't go into in depth, but they're step-by-step guides that can help you have this conversation in your organization with your colleagues, perhaps regionally as well. And they really kind of cover the breadth of what we're going to be talking about today as well. We're also hopefully going to do a little bit of interactivity through a Google Jamboard. And for people who haven't used that before, this is basically a whiteboard. So I'm going to pop in some questions into the chat. What I'll do is, because we're in a sort of a hybrid environment, for folks who are in person at CERC, you can use the mic and let me know, and I can add post-it notes. For those of you who are online, I'll pop the link into the chat at the appropriate time. And it's really quite simple. On the left-hand side, you have a toolbar. And one of them is sticky notes, and you simply click on sticky note, add a note. You can change the color if you want to, click save, click cancel, and then you can move the note around onto the various areas. There's different sheets. You'll see there's 8 pages, for example. If you've made an error, you can always edit this, change the color, add some text, save it again, and you're off and running. And then if you really made an error, you can also delete it. So you'll all have access to some of that as well as we're going through the process. I just wanted to kind of give you a quick overview of what this is going to look like. So I'm going to dive in to the presentation. My goal today is really to make this interactive. We've got about 2 hours. There'll be a break at some point, maybe a 5-minute break in between different sections. So like I said, all the materials are here. My experience with these workshops is sometimes we don't get through all the materials, and that's perfectly fine, because we have the conversation really sort of takes off. So I want to make sure that we focus on what you're most interested in and what you get out of today. And Stein and I have talked, and there's going to be work that I'll be doing with the project after today. And we haven't really completely defined what that looks like, but it can be a continuation of this conversation, whether it's regionally with individual organizations, but I'll be available after today as well. So just some initial thoughts. I find when I've been talking about this, Stein, thank you for the introduction, but for those of you who don't know me, I've been working in the sector for almost 30 years. I started as a frontline employment counselor, and for the last 15 years, I've really been focused on digital technology, social media, in particular, how we can use technology as a way to serve our clients. So I don't focus on the fundraising. I don't focus on the outreach and marketing as much, although we're kind of focused on that today. And I don't focus on things like volunteer management. It's more, how can we use these technologies as a tool to serve clients? All the way from high level anonymous information referral all the way down to case management, for example. And one of the things that I find is really important is you shouldn't forget everything you already know. People tend to go online and forget they know how to do certain things. And by that, I mean, you know how to do needs assessments, you know how to talk to clients, you know how to understand needs and things like that. And that is an incredibly important part of moving online and providing service online, is to be able to use those kinds of skills. It also means, as Stein is talking about, that we need to be adapting to newcomer technology use. So that idea of going to where people are. But we also we have a responsibility to help them understand those spaces, how they can use them better, and what some of the risks and opportunities are. You're going to be talking about content this afternoon. You can't talk about outreach and marketing without talking about content, can't talk about strategy without content. So I'll talk a little bit about that here and there, but you really want to also focus how you communicate and what you communicate to different groups and why they should come to you. What is your value proposition, as some people say? You also want to be able to identify and use different channels to reach different segments. So not every newcomers will see, and as you already know, is using the same technology tools, the same channels, the same social media. So what does that mean for how you reach them? There's also the notion of, again, this is something we do in person. If I asked you, you wanted to serve the Somali community, and you knew that the Somali community leadership, kind of the informal leadership of the community, met every Wednesday at the local importance, like they did when I lived in Kitchener, and we had a number of Somali families come into town. If we knew that and you wanted to reach out to them, what would you do? You wouldn't go and put posters up at the Tim Hortons. You would go on that Wednesday and try and introduce yourself and explain your services and explain what you can offer them. So you would try to target the leadership, whether it's a religious leadership, a community leadership, the local grocery store, the local mom and pop shop where people go and congregate and get their information. You would find who the influencers and who the connectors are in the community. And what we need to understand is that those exist online as well, but they might be very different people. And so how can they help you in this outreach and this marketing and connecting with newcomers? And just a note on that, when I say newcomers, I'm not just talking about clients, because I find in our conversations, we tend to talk about newcomers as our clients. But as Stein mentioned, we need to talk about newcomers in kind of a broader context, the people we may not be reaching, which is equally, if not more important, in order to help them understand where we're at. Newcomers are mobile, so you need to be mobile. Everything you do needs to be mobile friendly, not just app friendly, but mobile friendly. So if you go on your website and you access it on your phone and it looks horrible, that means it is horrible, and it means it's horrible. It's a horrible experience for newcomers, and you need to figure that out, because if that's the first moment they interact with your services, that's friction, and they'll go somewhere else because it's unreadable, et cetera, et cetera. So we need to make sure we understand some of these trends. Some of them are very specific. And don't forget things like like email. Don't forget things like in-person traditional approaches and how you can combine them with online outreach, right? So, nowadays it's a QR code on a poster, or, everything should have a link to something, a paper version should always link people through to additional information on your website in particular. So our key objectives is really to talk about a strategic approach to communications that will inform, engage, and newcomers and help you achieve your goals. So we need to understand their information practices. We need to understand why it's important to be consistent and timely, as Stein mentioned, the right information at the right place, I would add on the right channel, and determine what and how best to communicate with them. Right, you're going to hear a lot from me today about understanding newcomers, and as we'll see, that's really the core of everything. We want to understand how technology and social media can help and not help you achieve your communications goals. What is its role? It's not going to be the same for every organization, and then how these strategies can help connect newcomers to their settlement outcomes. Anna mentioned employment. We know that's a huge one, but there are other things that newcomers want to be connected to as well. So again, the questions you want to be asking yourself are constantly: who are you serving and where? What are your goals in these spaces? So you need to have strategic goals. What are the outcomes you want to if it's Twitter, what are your goals in Twitter? If it's Facebook, what are your goals for Facebook? If it's WeChat or WhatsApp or Telegram or Viber or vContacte, you name it, what are your goals in those spaces? And they may be different for different channels. It can get quite granular and quite specific. You also need to really know as much as possible about the digital habits, the information seeking practices, the communication preferences, the digital literacy, which includes access to devices, bandwidth, and the actual technical and digital skills that newcomers have, and the languages that they prefer to communicate in. If you're sending messages to newcomers who don't understand those messages, that's as useless as sending messages to the wrong channel. And so what are they looking for in communication on your channels, right? You need to be able to track also what you can figure out what's popular, relevant, and is driving action. The nice thing about social media, the nice thing about online communications is that metrics and analytics and measurements and statistics are everywhere. So you can, at a very high level, understand at least what are the most popular or most clicked on elements in there. In what you're sharing, for example. So again, the overview, the main areas that I'm going to talk about today is talking about context. Then we're going to talk about strategy, which is really building on your goals, your strengths, finding out something that's realistic and manageable for you. Then we're going to talk about the tactics and the skills that you need. So tactics is the tools, right? The actual technologies, but also the skills, the emerging skills that frontline and other workers in your organization need to have, and then the frameworks. So if you need to make the case, if you need policies around this, what are some examples that are out there right now? What are some pieces that you can use today? So to start with context, and I want to invite you at any point, ideally, if you're online on Zoom, if you use the raise the reactions function at the bottom of Zoom and then raise your hand, that'll bring it to my attention. If you're in the room, just grab the mic, because you're sort of a wide range of people right now, and just interrupt me. I'm happy to be interrupted as I'm talking. Like I said, this is only useful to you if it meets your needs and answers your specific questions. So to start with, the context. The first context is understanding newcomers. And I want to thank a few people who filled out the pre-session survey. The quote in the top right corner, it comes from that, and I'll go through some of the themes from that survey in a little bit. But how do I know the best place for newcomers to see our information? And that is one of the essential questions. So your task is to understand them like never before. On the right-hand side is just a very generic design of what it looks like when you put newcomers or anyone in the center, right? You want to design an experience for them. You want to understand how they want to be, how they want to be served. You want to understand how they consume information. You want to understand what channels they use to access information. And you want to figure out how you can serve newcomers who don't access your services. Now, that's a touchy one, and I understand that, because we all need the holy grail of the PR card in order to report the stat into iCare and then get the funding, et cetera, et cetera. But when we talk about serving newcomers, we need to start expanding. And I mean, not just the sector, but also IRCC and other funders, expanding the notion of what a service interaction looks like, and push that through advocacy as well. My favorite example is when I worked, 25 years ago at the KW Multicultural Center. We didn't have a front desk staffer. We had volunteers who staffed our front desk, but we got a ridiculous amount of phone calls. But our funder didn't care for us to report on those phone calls. So my ED just added a column to her stats to the funder that said daily, weekly, monthly phone calls, and we track them. And it turned out some days we were getting 70 calls an hour. And that eventually turned into getting funding for a half-time person. And we continued to track that interaction. And eventually we got a full-time person. It wasn't on the agenda. It wasn't in the cards. It wasn't something that the funder was asking for, but we were collecting that information in order to inform them and to advocate, to say, listen, this is our first interaction for most newcomers, whether it's on the phone or when they come into the office. It needs to be consistent. It needs to be a person who's funded. It needs to be professional. And here's the data to show what that looks like. So measuring change using key metrics. Like I said, the data coming from social media channels and online media is very clear. It's easy to access and it provides some useful information, but it's only part of the picture, but it's easy to get. And so we should be using it. So you want to understand newcomers. You want to empower your staff to be able to use these technologies and to make choices and decisions about how they use technology, obviously from a strategic and organizational standpoint, but giving them the sense. And so again, my experience going into organizations is frontline staff are using more technology than you think they are, right? I went into one organization pre-pandemic to start talking about digital stuff. And I came back out of, anonymous consultations with staff and presented 35 different technologies that staff were using with clients, and management knew about 5 of them, right? Frontline workers are creative. Frontline workers are resilient. Frontline workers are responsive to clients, but that also has meant in the past using personal devices, giving out personal phone numbers and things like that. And so we need to make sure that we understand what the needs are of our newcomers, as well as the needs that frontline workers are that they have, and figure out ways for that communication to happen. And we'll talk a little bit about that closer to the end. And you want to make sure that you're constantly incorporating newcomer feedback into your processes, right? We've been doing this work for many years, so we kind of figure out we know how to do it, but we need to make sure we're always aligning everything we do with newcomers. So the question is, how do I know the best place for them to see our information? Is quite simply to ask them, right? And we're going to dive into that in a few minutes. But I want to, before I do, I'm gonna open the Jamboard. So let me just copy the link, post it in the chat. So for those of you who are with us online, you should be able to access this Jamboard. I'll click to open it so you can see what we're looking at. And basically, it is I want a few more answers to the question of how are you using social media, digital channels, your website to engage newcomers, and what's working and what's not working. So again, just click on the left-hand side on the sticky note, open it up, start typing, and start adding. And for those of you who are in the room, feel free to grab a mic and let me know, and I can add stickies on your behalf. But we just want to really get a sense of what's working, what's not working. How are you trying to operationalize the use of social media in your work right now? Most of the information on activities. So sharing information by activities, you're talking about like programs, events, and things like that your organization is running, I assume. And on people online as well, feel free to unmute if you're more comfortable doing that rather than popping things into the Jamboard as well. Highlights of programs, staff, and events, great. Providing community information. Yeah, referral is a huge part of the work that we do. So helping newcomers understand the systems that they need to navigate and how we can support them is really important. Share events from other parties, absolutely. I used to talk about this with social media in particular. Twitter in particular is having a strategy that shares not only your stuff, but also other people's things as well. Use Facebook, Instagram, Messenger to invite newcomers into our events, and we often use text messaging as well. I hear some voices in the room. Does anyone want to grab the mic?
Hello? Okay.
Yes.
Hi, Priya here. And so I am a data geek. My question is, what's not working? If I had to draw parallels with the offline and the online, it would be the gray area of who are the gatekeepers. Every community has gatekeepers. And if you look at any kind of equity related or women's issues or LGBTQI issues, sometimes that will be like traditional gatekeeping. You can, from 2010 onwards, you start to see people going to internet, whatever it was at the time. And obviously, like how many years onwards, are we starting to see almost like different layers of air quotes, the same bucket community, right? So on the what's not working is like, what are the layers of gatekeeping that we have to be aware of from like a method point of view, I guess is my question. And then even about biases and equity of how do we enter like a Google search? What are we looking for? Are there certain, like, where does ethics play in? Because as you know, these metrics can be, does everybody know what a bot is, for example, right? So just like those type of design questions, I guess.
Yeah,
Not
does that
they're
capture
not
it?
working, just,
Yeah, so who are the community gatekeepers? There's different layers and there's different players in the community, especially with online. And then that notion of what are the layers of gatekeeping we need to be aware of in our approaches? So where do the ethics play in? How do we recognize when metrics may be gamed, for example? False followers, fake followers on Twitter, things like that. Absolutely. Those are all great. Personal calendar invites, absolutely. Someone mentioned that in the survey as well, that they actually, instead of just sending information about an event, they send it as a calendar invite, and that makes it much easier for newcomers to then automatically add it to their calendar. That removes some of the friction, right? One of the things we'll talk a lot about when it comes to online and social media is what we can learn from the experiences that newcomers are having in other places, right? If it takes more clicks to get information or access to a service than it does with another online service, that's going to create friction because they're used to frictionless experiences, whether it's, ordering something online or getting questions from an online chat or a chat bot or things like that. So we have to be aware of the realities of this notion of 24/7 when it comes to digital messaging, and how we need to address those or deal with them in our work. And so this is for me a really great example of trying to deal with friction. If I send someone information about an event, they need to add it to their calendar. But if I send them a calendar invite, they just click yes, and it's added to the calendar of their choice, basically. And that makes it that if they're using a calendar, and that can make a huge difference. Great. Any other thoughts from folks about what's working, what's not working?
Yeah,
Okay.
just to add to
Yeah.
the what's not working part, I was thinking that one of the really, it's sort of like a chicken and egg sort of situation where newcomers, so when they go online, they are, like Priya said, you have to know what to put inside that Google search bar. So then it comes down to the issue of needs assessment and referrals, which is not happening at the very beginning if they're trying to go through these informal sources of information. So they don't already know what they need before they start looking for information online. So when this is not specific to social media, but just online activity in general, there is no needs assessment or referral happening. And unless they find a settlement service organization to do that for them, they don't know what they need, right? So that becomes an issue. Yeah.
Like it's,
Take this.
I think one of the challenges is that it's let's say you have one piece of, like, when we think of digital habits, is it about a community or is it about content sharing, right? Because those are very different scopes. And I was saying to Stein that sometimes, even considering that different newcomers are going to be prioritizing or have a different platform that might be their favorite. So how do our online public spaces connect across the globe, right? Because we're Canadians, no offense, we're pretty bad at tech compared to other places. And that's a reality. And then how do we meet people where they are, because everything is connected, right? So that would be like, I mean, I'm obsessed with Reddit for this reason, because it is that two-step process of how did somebody get that information? They went to somebody in their community, and then the next step they get that, and then that's it.
No, that's great. Thank you. And
I wanted
few
to
of-
add something. If
oh,
you
yes,
don't
please.
mind. From a psychological point of view, the people, the newcomers, whatever their ages or the culture they are coming in, the first thing they ask for is the belongings. They feel that they want to be in the country. like the idea. I don't know if you ever heard about the Maslow's theory or the pyramid. The very first thing they want is the security and the needs, like not only food, but only they also want the belongings. They want the employment part. They want the security. They want people around. So in terms of social media strategies, I think we have to think about like Facebook groups that they have, that it's kind of cultural ones, or religious ones, or spiritual ones, or so for me it has something to do with that. um, um, Moreover, they would ask for stuff like, for example, if they have kids, where do they have to register them, and that's the need. However, the age group would play an important role, the characteristics, and I think the cultural point of view also would play an important role. That's it.
Yeah, I think what's really important is you're getting to some of the nuances, and asking about basically the idea of, what are community level habits, what are individual level habits. Different newcomers prioritize it differently. They use different platforms. You're going to experience that within individual communities and across communities as well. And I think that these are important questions to be asking. So this Jamboard is available. People can continue to jump in here, but I want to kind of jump back and share a little bit from the survey that addresses some of the things that people have said as well. Actually, before I do that, I want to hop back in here to say, so for example, what's not working? We get very few likes and comments on posts, right? So that's an important indicator. If you have, for example, lots of members but very few likes or comments, there is potentially, but you have lots of views perhaps. So again, it's the nuances of the data that social media can provide us. So on Facebook, for example, you can get a lot of what they call insights, right? You can see how many times something's been viewed. You can see how many times something's been clicked on or reshared. You can also obviously see the likes and the comments. If the likes and the comments are the most overt and public kind of thing that not only you will see, but also other people in the group will see. But it's also important to look at the other insights around, if you're sharing content that you want people to reshare and it does get reshared, that's an important metric. If you're sharing content that you want people to see, and you want to track the views of that information over time. So it's not just the likes and comments necessarily, but the different ways that people engage and how you measure those. Also, the idea of more community members follow rather than newcomers. And so what's the opportunity there in terms of, if you recognize and understand your audience, right? And this is really key, you need to target them differently, right? So maybe your audience is allies of newcomers or community members who want to welcome newcomers. So if you're realizing that on something like a Facebook group, changing the way you provide information, right? So maybe you're targeting a number, in many cases, you're going to target multiple audiences. And a Facebook group is a good example. You're not going to create Facebook pages for, you're not going to create separate Facebook pages for so many different audiences, right? Your Facebook page for the community, your Facebook page for newcomers. But once you realize, regardless of your initial target audience and who you're trying to reach, that there is another audience at play here. So in this case, community members. What does that mean for the way you communicate with them? What does that mean for the content you share? What does that mean for the ways you try to engage them? It means you have to start having a multi-level strategy. So you might still provide information for newcomers. My favorite example, but you will also start providing information for those community members, asking them to collect different questions, asking them to take different actions. One of my favorite examples, I was the first content coordinator for settlement.org, and we had a similar phenomenon. No social media back in 2000 that was realistically being used. But what we started to see in our discussion area and in some of our traffic was the same thing, was community members, service providers, and other people other than newcomers were accessing the information. And so we continued to target our content to newcomers, but we knew that information would get reshared and reach them through other intermediaries. So our outreach, while it was probably 70% newcomers, also changed to reach out to those other community groups that we identified were accessing the information to help them understand how they could use what was on our site to help newcomers in their communities, in their organizations, as employees, in their schools, you name it, kind of thing. So the idea is, as you're learning from the experience of using social media and you're getting a sense of the community who's engaging with you on it, you might have to shift how you actually use your strategy for that group, for that page, for that channel, to identify and acknowledge and utilize the people who are there, who can help you reach, in some cases, the newcomers who aren't on your page, who can help you reach newcomers who may not have social media. We encourage people to print articles out from settlement.org, for example, and hand them to people. And in particular, in 2000, that was really effective and important because many people didn't have access to the internet. So that's a great example of what you can learn from the metrics in order to change the way you're approaching how you're using that channel, that tool, in order to not just reach newcomers, but to reach people in the other outer circle of newcomers, the allies, the supporters, the service providers, the private sponsors, the community groups, the church and religious groups who are like, oh, we have an influx of newcomers into our mosque, church, temple. How do we help them? Well, maybe they found your Facebook pages that way. So how do you interact and engage with those folks? So for me, it's a great example of like a small look. We're not getting our likes and comments. Okay, but what are you getting? What can you glean from what you know about the rest of the information that you're getting, in this case, for example, from Facebook?
Marco, hi, sorry for interruption.
No, please.
So just like an emphasis on why it's important to use social media to engage newcomers. When it comes to pre-arrival services, and based on the IRCC statistics, only like 12% in the last 2 years used the pre-arrival services. And when they try to figure out if they were aware, 71% were not even aware that those services exist on the website of the IRCC. But 83% said that had they known that those services exist, they would have used them. And this is a huge number of people that are willing to use it, but we're not using the right platform to inform them. So this is just an example of the importance of using other platform. And in order to know which platform, so we have to know our audience. And as you said, we have to know how to have them engaged, how to measure it, to know which platform would work the most with each type of client.
And that one is from 2018. Actually, that was before they made changes, and it was between 7 and 12%. What was interesting is there's also a notion of wires crossed, right? The sector assumed IRCC was telling people about pre-arrival services, and IRCC, without funding it, assumed that those organizations were marketing overseas. So it's another great example of disconnect in some of these spaces as well. Now, it would be interesting to see, after that they rejigged the funding. So different pre-arrival, there's a smaller cohort of pre-arrival service providers. I think it went from 21 to 15 or something like that. They're coordinating more. Hopefully the word is there's more marketing and outreach happening. There's more online portals and stuff. So it would be interesting to see a new report and evaluation. But you're absolutely right. People when they find out about services, they realize they could have been useful, but they hadn't heard about them. And that's a really perfect example of how you can get someone on the hook early through pre-arrival that can then help them move into domestic service and systems navigation and all those kinds of things well before they're prepared. So it's an important example, I think, of exactly what we're talking about. So thank you for raising that. So I'm going to jump into a few other things that people said that are really important for us to realize because of the nuances. So for some people, they've got clients with no digital literacy. Other people have clients who are very tech savvy and use the most current apps, who are using Facebook and WhatsApp. The device they have is a cell phone or a smartphone. Many newcomers are using social media, emailing or texting, but some have limited access to devices. And this is where the nuances of the digital divide become really important. And I thought this was an important thing. So in this family of one family cell phone, and the husband takes it to work during the day, in a survey or in a statistic, that is a digitally connected family. They've got a device and they've got connection to the internet. But we need to scratch below the surface to understand the nuances of the digital divide, to say that's not a digitally connected family. That's a digitally connected individual. And there are people in that family we can't assume have access to that phone, even when the person brings it back from home, for example. In some cases, in particular during the pandemic, when there was lockdowns, the digital devices were prioritized for children who were accessing online school, and they got those devices from the school, and now the devices have gone back to the school. So they were connected, but now they're not connected anymore. Some clients simply just don't like it. Some clients prefer hard copies, and some clients don't have the programs on their devices to be able to open things. And that is another really interesting trend that that comes up constantly. And this is another piece of data that we've known about for many, many years. And I'll show some of the research in a few minutes, but that most online programs and our communications from the sector are geared towards someone needing a laptop, someone needing a larger device. But we know that most newcomers have, if they have a device, it's a phone. And so we are not serving them. We are not where they are, as Stein has said, right? We are not meeting them where they need to be. So how do you figure out how to create things that are compatible with mobile devices, but don't necessarily require an app? Or how do you use the apps that people are using? It takes a lot, but we've learned a lot during the pandemic. The digital divide is also a nuance of maybe they are connected, maybe they do have a device, but we are not using the devices appropriate for them to be able to access information. So it's another nuance that we've created a divide in their access to services and information, because we are not using communications or programs or approaches or content that they can access easily on the devices that they're using, for example. So we really need to keep that in mind when we're talking about the range of digital literacy, the range of nuance in the digital divide as well, and how we contribute to it in some cases as well. So the big questions that came up in the survey are, what are the, how do I make the right choices, right? And we're starting to talk about that now. What's the right channel? What's the right content? How do I make it a seamless experience? How do I ensure that we and they understand security and privacy? How do we dedicate time when we don't have it? How do we stop it from being a pain to something that is part of our work? How do we ensure that frontline workers have this experience? Yeah, Stein, go ahead.
I just had a question on this, because you raise an important critical point of how to conduct this research, and maybe new approaches where, I hate to use the word UX, but people-centric research. So let's say, would there ever be any appetite or thinking about even, like 80% of people go through news through their phones. What about deconstructing, let's say, apps or mock apps, and then seeing how people, like, I'm sure you can speak to that. If, like, we think of technology, then we'll think of Facebook. But the truth is that maybe there's more functional things from the very beginning when we look at different communities. Like, how does a community use a hammer? It's not about whether the hammer works. It's about that secondary or third use. So I'm wondering if you have any kind of ideas that we could expand on for that, and then kind of take control of so much unstructured here and there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to jump ahead for a second and just say that when we're looking at where you can start, I'll come back to this in a minute. So again, just to see, like, there is research in this area. From 2014, Yahoo did a study, and we already knew back then that newcomers spent more time a day on mobile devices, right? It was already a thing. Forget how many times people had smartphones or tablets and things like that. But you can see, for example, with the phone, it was almost twice as much, or, from 2.6 to 4 hours a day on a device versus on a laptop or things like that. Last year, there was another survey that was done of newcomers. Again, the caveat is these are newcomers who are connected, who are using media, who are using phones. So it wasn't a broad sort of analysis of all newcomers, digitally connected or not. These are people who could access the online survey, right? But what we're finding is there are fewer and fewer of them are owning landlines. They're smartphones. The iPhone, I was shocked by this because it's more expensive, was by far the more popular brand. And in fact, more popular than native-born Canadians. They're also using Facebook, but they're using, as expected, WhatsApp much more than native-born. But interestingly, more on Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter. So some of the standard and traditional social media is being used differently and more by newcomers. So a lot of you are in those spaces, and it seems like it makes sense. We'll delve into whether it does make sense in a little while. 70% of them are using social networking sites or apps, right? And they're using it as a messaging app. They're using it to make video calls, to post to social media, to make voice calls, as well as texting. And when it comes to the nuances, right? If you're serving, and I'll show you some other data in a minute, but if you're serving people from China, they're going to be on very different they're going to be at least coming into the country using very different social media and social networking channels than someone from India or the Philippines, for example. It's WeChat, it's Weibo, it's a number of different other channels, for example. Curious about the age group for those who use Instagram and LinkedIn. I'm sure in the data that is not publicly accessible, there is some of those nuances, but those are important questions, right? Understanding. So the differences in a community based on age, for example, not making assumptions or anecdotal assumptions, but understanding those nuances. And so some of the ways we do that, I'll get to this stuff in a minute. But the first thing I say to people, and I'll jump back and forth a little bit, is we can start today by adding 2 questions to your intake and your needs assessment. Is what digital devices and tools do you use to communicate, find, and consume and share information? And so you're going to have a list of things like SMS texting, WhatsApp, Telegram, Facebook, you name it. You have a list as well as an other where they can add things. But then more importantly, almost, because that is not the important question. It's great data to understand what they're using, but how do you want to communicate with us? Because just because they're using Facebook doesn't mean they want to like your Facebook page or interact with you on Facebook. This is about their communication preferences and their how they want to interact with the service provider. And it's important to understand those first things, but that second one is equally important. And so let's imagine if you add these questions, you're serving 12,000 clients a year. So every month you've got 1,000 points of data. 3 months into you doing asking these questions, you can say to your board, you can say to your funder, listen, 80% of 3,000 clients want to communicate with us on Facebook. But Facebook Messenger, right? Not on our Facebook page. They want to use Facebook Messenger. 80% want to communicate through WhatsApp. 60% want to use SMS texting, and 50% want us to email them. We need to figure this out. We need to come up with some strategies and figure out how we can address these preferences amongst our newcomers. And the reason you ask it all the time is because that will change depending on your client groups, right? It's 7 years now, but 7 years ago, if we ask people who knows what WhatsApp is and who's using it, very few hands in the room would have gone up. And then the Syrians arrived and everyone was using WhatsApp, which meant all of a sudden we started using WhatsApp as a sector. And lo and behold, we discovered that the people from India, people from Brazil, and people from 160 other countries were also using WhatsApp. But because we had never asked before, because it had never really come up before, we weren't prepared for those nuances, for example. And I think that's something that's really important, is we start to ask at the very low level. And this is something that came up in the survey and comes up in conversation all the time. Even if you don't have the communications resources of an Access Employment or a Costi with like a dedicated team of communications and web designers and web and IT people and things like that, you can start asking these questions. You may not be able to do anything immediately about it, but if you don't, you won't understand, and you'll just have anecdotes and assumptions about your clients and what they're doing. So there's tons of research out there, and I'll show you some more of what I like to share with people. But at the very core of it, start asking these questions of your newcomers. You can survey all your past and current newcomers to figure out and ask questions about digital equity and digital divide and devices and things like that. There's great examples and templates that you can use out there. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, but start adding some questions right away to your intake and your needs assessment section, for example. So that's one answer to the question. The other is, the research agenda needs to look into those nuances as well. And as you say, deconstruct the apps. Deconstruct also how apps are being used. So I'm just going to close this for a second. And one of the things that I did a little while ago, this is just a site that I try to keep up on things. I took a look at the landscape of smartphone apps in Canada. And one of the things that I wanted to know was their stats, right? Because on iPhone, Apple doesn't tell you how many times an app has been downloaded, but Android does. So for example, the Arrival Advisor app, we hear a lot about from Peace Geeks. At the time, it had been installed 1,000 times on Android. So if we assume that the iPhone is more popular based on those other statistics, let's assume it's been installed 2,000 times on an iPhone. That's not a lot of installs for something that, you know, won a Google ad grant in the range of $750,000 and continues to get money in order to create and translate and provide access to this app. It's important for us to look at those kind of metrics to figure out, is an app the way to go, or is it a mobile-friendly experience on a website that anybody can access that somehow mimics what an app can do? So for example, in many ways, Arrival Advisor is parallel to settlement.org because they have some high-level needs assessment questions you can go through. They have a number of different articles based on topics and information. And then they have a discussion area. The app doesn't have that, but the settlement.org does. And then they have connection to 211 data. So in Peace Geeks, it's 211 BC. In settlement.org, it's 211 Ontario, where it's pulling in live data from these different, from the 211 services so that people can search for other community information and other community services, for example. So it's important, thanks, Janet. It's important for sharing that in the chat. It's important for us to be looking at some of these questions from a research perspective, but also from our perspectives as service providers. What do we need to understand about our clients? You need to start by understanding them directly. So I'm not going to go through a lot of the research because Stein did some of that, and there's tons that's out there, other than to say that research that was done more than 10 years ago by TRIAC that looked at how you market employment information came up with very similar trends that we see today. This isn't new information. This isn't new research. We've been looking at the question of services and online for more than 20 years. Again, I can provide a link to a chronology of all of that, but we know that family and friends are still important. What's changed is that that's family and friends online as well now. So people call it strong and weak ties, for example, right? So bulletin board groups, discussion groups, things like that, where people are sharing and asking information of each other. It's still important to have information in different languages. And, you know, there's not a lot of information going through traditional media, but ethnic media, ethnocultural media is incredibly important, and people trust that, for example. You know, people, a great example is employed immigrants are looking for employment information. They're looking for that next job. They're looking to get out of whatever the first job might be in order to move forward. What was interesting, and this is, I think, 12 years old now, but would be really interesting to have a look at again, is the Toronto Immigrant Employment Data Initiative out of York University, TIDY, did some research and looked at employment outcomes depending on source of employment information. And what they found was, even though people go predominantly to family and friends as their main source of employment and settlement information, they had worse outcomes than if they accessed service delivery, right? Now, to me, that's like a banner marketing thing. Your settlement will suck less if you come to our services, right? You will have better jobs, right? We need to use that kind of data to let people know you need to come to us because we can help you, you know, improve your outcomes, basically. That's useful information. It would be great to see something like that re-looked at every few years to see what are the not just where people get information, how they consume information, but what are the outcomes based on those choices? How is it improved or elongated their settlement journey? How has it created, you know, more success, better outcomes, or has it been the opposite? So just to give an example of something that if you're looking for the funnel of information, right? I'd say to people, if you're curious about how people accessed information and you're serving particular populations, there's a website called the datareportal.com, and there are links in here in the presentation. This is useful to get a high level understanding. So this is India. This is from February 2022. How many people are using the internet? How many mobile connections there are? How many people are using smartphones versus laptop computers, and what the trend is it going up or is it going down, right? How many, what are their perceptions on online privacy and security, right? So increasingly people are expressing concern about what is real and what is fake in the internet. And I'll give you a great example of that in a discussion forum. So this is one of those places where Canada Visa, so it's an immigration consultancy, but they have an immigration discussion forum, and just show you the numbers to get a sense of it. So this is happening with there are 874,000 members, there are 9 million messages, there are 567,000 threads. If you're not in the space, and if you look down here, there's a whole section about settlement in Canada. This stuff has been around for decades, right? When we started settlement.org, immigration consultants like these started bulletin board services as well. These are high level, low level. This is web 1.0 stuff kind of thing, right? It's basically a bulletin board. You come in, you register, but you can also read things. So what's interesting from a service perspective is our sector has never had a presence in any of these spaces, right? There are many, many, many of them. But what you see here is an attempt to do that. So someone from Catholic Cross Cultural Services went in to tell people about their services. And here's the thing. Again, if you look at this, right? People are skeptical. People are worried about using data. People are increasingly declining cookies. They're using tools to block ads. They're using VPNs, for example. So she posted some information and someone said, hold on a second, that's not actually the correct web domain of Catholic Cross Cultural Services. This might be a scam. This is digital literacy in action, right? They're questioning not the information, but who it's coming from. Because this person is a newbie and maybe they made it, you can see that it was edited a day later. And as the conversation goes on, she says, I'm not a scam. You can reach me by phone. There was a typo in the email. I've gone back and I've edited it. But right away, the first thing is be aware, everybody. Be careful. So you're in a digital space where, yes, some newcomers absolutely need to better understand security and risks, but many of them are already there and got there before you, right? So we can't assume that they're not knowledgeable at these spaces, and we can't assume that our communication is going to be perfect, right? What could have helped here? A mere typo made this person realize that the website is not the right website, and that's important, right? So we learn from the trends before people even arrive, for example. So again, understanding at a high level, if someone's from India, what are their main reasons for using the internet? Finding information, great. Okay, but what are their main reasons for using social media? Keeping in touch with friends and family, reading news stories, finding content, et cetera, et cetera. Let's see, watching live streams, celebrities and influencers, finding products to purchase, right? So it's low. But if you can get into friends and family, into news stories, into search results, you're going to hit them because that's their higher level. When they're looking at the most, I love this one, the most used social media platforms, WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, Telegram. Telegram, if you looked at these stats 3 years ago in India, Telegram was much, much lower. That's an interesting evolution. You can look at these, Data Reportal has them from every year going back about 10 years. But what are their favorite platforms? So yeah, WhatsApp is the most used, but Instagram is the most popular. Their favorite one. Why? Probably because it's images and things like that. So little things like that are interesting nuances and things you can ask and test out with your own audience. Also interesting, right? When we look at the types of social media accounts that are followed, brands you buy from are quite low. You are a brand in this equation. You're not friends and family. You're not entertainment. You're not a TV show. You're not a celebrity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if the trend is that people from India tend to not follow brands that they buy from on social media, what does that translate into when they arrive here? You are to them perhaps a brand, right? You're not one of these other things. And so that's important in information. What's the thing that's the most consistent, right? Friends and family, people you know, keeping in touch with friends and family. I think WhatsApp is more of an individual friends and family kind of connector. So we can learn a lot from information about people based on their countries of origin. And again, if we threw India up here, the data would be very different. What are their sources of brand discovery? How do they do research for brands on brands? So it's TV ads, search engines, social networks, search engines, right? So social networks, they're researching them before they make purchases, 50%. That increases every year. So again, this is useful information for you to have, but you want to test it with your own audiences. You can take some of these categories, these questions, and figure out, are there ways for us to survey newcomers? The thing is, multicultural marketing agencies, and this is something to bring to the researchers, multicultural marketing agencies in Canada are doing these kinds of surveys. They are asking these kinds of questions. AV Communications is one, and I came across a digital habit survey they did like years ago, and it was insanely long, right? The granularity of the questions that they asked, which means that this data is behind the password, right? So we have a little bit, this is one of those pieces where this is what they shared. This is a not a multicultural marketing agency, but a media monitoring agency that looked specifically at newcomers. What's behind the curtain is much more. So it would be great for researchers, as well as these multicultural marketing folks, as well as the sector, to come together and say, okay, you're already surveying these people for brands and for companies like Loblaws and you name it. How can we get into that mix as well? Because those are the people we also want to reach. And those are not just newcomers who are accessing services, right? Those are ethnocultural communities who are made up of both newcomers as well as landed and settled people who could become your influencers, your communicators. So just to give you a sense of where that kind of funnel looks. And so on this slide, each one of these links, so this was Stein, when you shared that the CIRC survey had, these were the top 10 countries. So I created links to the data portal for each one of these countries. So you can see the differences. I'll just really quickly show you China, for example, just to show how completely different it looks, basically. So you can go to the bottom and you can get these slides. So this is my favorite, right? 112% of the population cellular mobile connections, right? And you'll find that in a bunch of different countries where people have multiple SIM cards, multiple phones, multiple mobile connections to the internet. It's interesting here, if you look in Canada, this is probably like 80, 90%, but look at the number, right? 983 million active social media users. That's kind of huge, but what are they actually using, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, so here we go. So most used, there's nothing here that is reflected in the mainstream social media use in Canada, right? Because there is the Great China firewall and they don't allow Facebook, and I think LinkedIn was in for a while, but it's their own created social media. So if you're going to be communicating with people soon after they've arrived, they may and will eventually move into the sort of Canadian social media. But if you don't have a presence on WeChat and aren't able to reach them in those ways in these platforms, then you may not be able to reach out to them. And again, this is another in-language component. You can use WeChat in English, but obviously it's going to be more effective if you're using it in Mandarin, in the Chinese languages. So just to give you a sense that you can go through each of these and get a sense of where things are at. We're going to take a break in a minute because probably people need one. But I just want to add one more thing is when we're looking at where newcomers are at when it comes to social media and online media. So I showed you the Canada Visa Immigration Forum. There are three areas that I think are important for us to realize. There are the open and legacy media, like I said, the Web 1.0. So settlement.org's discussion area, CanadianDesi.com, Canada Visa, a number of these different sites are typically created by maybe immigration consultants, businesses, or newcomers themselves, and have hundreds of thousands of people talking about issues related to settlement. And we typically do not have a presence there answering those questions. When I was the content coordinator on settlement.org, I used to surf through these sites, and what people would do is they would post questions on multiple places. So they'd post a question on settlement.org, they'd post it on Canada Visa, they'd post it on Canadian Desi, and then they would compare the answers. And sometimes they would even say it in their thing. I've also posted this to these other places. Let's see who answers better, right? Because why not? Why shouldn't they figure out who's the best at answering their questions? The other thing that these places did was that other people had presences here. So for example, I loved on Canadian Desi, there was a real estate agent who had a presence there. And the rules of these places are you can't just go and promote, right? So what that settlement worker did was more promotion. You go and you be helpful, right? Being helpful is the key. So this real estate agent would answer people's questions about buying or renting houses or apartments. And then he had, his little signature file at the bottom had a link to his website. And when you clicked on that link, it wasn't just to his homepage, it was to a landing page that welcomed people from CanadianDesi.com saying, hey, you've come here from CanadianDesi.com, welcome, here's how I can help you. It was contextually specific. It felt personalized throughout it. And I guarantee you he got business from doing that. So it took a small effort, but it was him being helpful that then led to people clicking through, but then him having the presence of mind to be contextual, to say, I know where you came from with that link, and I will create a landing page just for you. Felt personalized, felt welcoming, for example. Right. And when you talk about, again, this is one of the quotes from the survey, we find that people who come to hear about activities through word of mouth. This is the new word of mouth, right? These networks, And over on the right are some of the newer ones. These are all created by newcomers themselves. So Immigrant Networks is a mentoring service by Nick Narani. People may have heard of him. He's been around for many years, a huge supporter of the sector. Wisen Up is a new online network focused on employment. And then New Canadians, New Canadian Media, and Immigrant News Media. These are new, newcomer media. They're in English, but they are written by, for, and with newcomers, right? So they're creating their own media spaces. So can you get an article in one of these spaces, right? Can you connect with them to help figure out how they can work with you to get the word out to their growing audiences? And the bottom right is the trend that is slightly disturbing, which is the increasing private spaces that you won't be able to access, right? So the Facebook groups, the private Facebook groups, the WhatsApp groups, the Messenger groups, the Telegram groups, the WeChat groups, these are spaces that newcomers are predominantly creating and owning and managing, and they're not looking for you to come into them. But do you have people who are of those communities who could start to act on your behalf? So this is where the idea of influencers, ambassadors, and champions comes in. And it's a technique that does not require money, but requires time, effort, and planning, right? So for example, maybe you can post an ad to Canadian Desi, or maybe on New Canadian Media, or on one of the many ethnocultural publications that are out there, but maybe you don't have an advertising budget. So what can we do? Your frontline staff are probably in some of these spaces. Your clients, community members, other people that board members are probably in some of these private spaces. So how can you empower them to take your message in? And this is where we come up with campaign language. This is going to be part of hopefully the discussion on the content strategy, but you want to create messaging that you can give to people to then take into those spaces, right? Make it easy for them to tell other people in their networks about the services that you offer and how helpful they are. It accomplishes two things. It gets you into spaces where you can't get into, where you don't have access, but it also gives information in those spaces from someone who is already a trusted member of that space. Trust is huge, right? Trust is a massive commodity. And in places where people don't know you, where they haven't done the brand research, where they've never heard of what a settlement agency is before, where people are telling them don't go to settlement agencies because I've had a terrible experience, someone who is acting on your behalf, who can speak for you, is bringing trust into those spaces. Now, the other flip side of that is the emergence of the more public influencer, right? So if you go into YouTube and search First Day in Canada, what you'll find is vloggers, newcomer vloggers who have millions of views, hundreds of thousands of followers, for example. So, I like to use the example of Peekapoo. She did, after her finally moving to Canada, she did a First Day in Canada where, which has over 1 million views, right? Imagine, and some of these people are open to paid and unpaid collaborations. Imagine if she talked about your service on her vlog. Imagine if she didn't just talk about, coming to Canada as a newcomer, but here's organizations in my community who are helpful. Find the people who are doing these kinds of things on whether it's Instagram or TikTok or WhatsApp or Facebook or YouTube or any number of a myriad of different platforms, and figure out how you can build relationships with them. It may be a paid relationship, but it may not be a paid relationship. If they're interested in sharing information with other newcomers, these are the kind of people. So one of you talked about, for example, you have international student ambassadors who share into their WhatsApp pages. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You're getting people who are in those spaces to share information for you. You're also hitting the mainstream offline person, the international student advisor, the staff person at the college, posting posters in the college to provide more interest and to generate information amongst that group. So these are the different kinds of people that we're trying to reach out to that can keep your costs down, because I know that comes up a lot, and I know it came up in the survey and in the conversations. If you don't have a budget for this stuff, you want to be building relationships. You want to build relationships with people you may not have relationships with already, and with new groups of people like these bloggers, like these new kinds of influencers, like these people who run Facebook or WhatsApp groups and things like that. And how do you find out about those groups? That's another conversation to have with your frontline staff who may be from these communities, but also with your clients, with the newcomers you serve. Where do you get your information from? who are the influencers, or, you don't want to necessarily use the word influence, but who are the trusted people where you get information from, right? Understanding newcomer information practice is really important. And there's tons of research on it. We can go into lots of depth about why it's important and how it works. But it can be done at a very low and informal level at every organization by simply asking some more targeted questions. So I want to take a quick break before we dive into more. Are there any questions about what I've been talking about so far? Is this completely useless? Are we off the rails here? Or is this something that that you're finding is what you're hoping to get out of this? Because we've got another hour together, and I've got tons of stuff I can share with you and interact with you on, but I want to make sure that we're focusing on where you're at and if this is useful for you at this point. So really quick high-level survey, show of hands for those of you who are online. Go to reactions and give me a thumbs up or not. Those of you in the room, is this useful? Do we want to continue down this, or do you have different questions you want to bring into the conversation when we come back from our break? Okay, got some thumbs up. Very good. Thank you, Ellie. I appreciate your kind words. Hands up in the room. It's a wide view of the room, so reach up. Okay, good.
I had a question.
Please.
I'm talking from a psychological point of view, and my BA is in public relations. So I was thinking about the duration of the videos that you might put in. There are people who are visualized, like they like the visualized stuff. They are not. They don't like written or people like speaking to them. They prefer to see photos and images or scenarios to be done for them. Me as a personally, I'm always aware of scammers. I've been scammed several times, so I would go for like, is this real or not real? Is this funded by the government or not? How you can tell them, how you can educate these people. I also had I had a question about the bloggers or the influencers that you mentioned. I think they are into age, like a younger age group. You can go for teens or very young adults. I don't know how much these influencers would really affect or work with these people. This is the question for you. I'm sure that you have an answer for that. And why they didn't replace these people with, for example, UN representatives or some famous, reliable people who would help with creating these videos with a natural way and like down to earth or popular way. Yeah, these are my questions. I know that they are much and everyone needs a break, so I don't know.
No, I'll try to go quickly. So the first question about timing, for example. So this is Peekapoo's channel. Her day one in Toronto is 11 minutes long, has 1.1 million views, right? Winter shopping, 12 minutes, 219,000 views. So we have to dispel the notion of what the right amount of time is, right? You'll hear from a lot of people, it's got to be 3 to 5 minutes and things like that. People will watch content if it's relevant for them and if they find it interesting and engaging. And let me tell you, I'm just going to click on this one because you're going to say, wow, the production values must be incredible, right? This is her waking up in her Airbnb the first morning. It's got day one Canada. You can't hear the audio because I haven't shared with audio. There's no funky sort of soundtrack. There's no intro slides and things like that. This is her presenting, and yeah, she's edited this stuff, but this is just her talking to her camera, right? If you go on a little bit, she's just talking. She's literally sitting in her bed. Like you're looking at this going, okay, and now she's having breakfast with her partner, right? This is the kind of stuff that works because it's authentic. So does it need to be, someone from the UN or a celebrity? Maybe, but that's going to cost you. The thing about influencers, the thing about community people is like, I'm looking at someone like me. So she identifies on her channel as being 30 years old. So yeah, definitely skews a bit younger, clearly media savvy. But what she's showing people and what she does in this video, for example, she literally walks down to the Eaton Center, gets her first SIM card, talks about how she decided how to get her SIM card. She opens a bank account, talks about why she decided to go to one bank instead of another. She's not getting promotion from any of these places. She's just sharing her literal first day in Canada, right from getting out of bed to breakfast, right? And then, you know, you'll see her getting her first Tim Hortons, for example, right? So she's hitting all of the Canadian cultural checklists here. This is one way to do video, right? Another way is for you and your organization, right? This is going to take some editing skills, even though it's not, you know, it doesn't have the intro, the music, all that kind of stuff. It's someone talking. This is typical vlogger stuff, right? It's people who just do a lot of shooting and then they edit it together interestingly. The other side of this is the short informational videos that you could create in your organization together today, the multilingual videos. And all you need is this, right? All you need is this phone. You stick it in front of your face and you say, this is my employment tip of the week in all the languages that your staff speak. You know, 5 minutes. Let's say you've got 10 people in your organization speak 10 languages. You've got, you know, here's the general bullet points for you to talk about employment. Now stick it, you're not doing interpretation, which is expensive, or translation. You're just having people speak to those points in a natural way. And you throw those onto YouTube, you embed them onto your website, you have instant multilingual content. You also, you're fresh, right? You're using cool technology, but you're sharing that content in a way that works for people who may not want to read it. But you can also create a transcript of each one of those videos and embed and include that as well. So you immediately have written content, video, and multimedia content that you can use. And all it took was someone sticking a phone in their face. And if they're not comfortable doing that, they can narrate over a PowerPoint, for example. It's easier than ever before, right? You can do it right within YouTube and other technologies. People do selfie videos all the time. It's natural. And all of a sudden you've got a website and multimedia content in multiple different languages. So that becomes really important as well. It doesn't have to be as produced and as interesting as what you see on the screen here. Increasingly, it doesn't have to be TikTok level friendly kind of thing, right? If it's useful for one or two people, it's useful for many.
Just to add on that, one of the things when you look at anything to do with social media, YouTube is among the most popular across the board for this reason. And media is often, like, you have to think about it in a horizontal way. Anytime that you involve any form of institution, it becomes very siloed and top down. And now you have, in many cases, UN or governments and even industry that will tap into those everyday influencers that are much more relatable. So it is that they gain the most traction because they are much more horizontal. And you know, we talk about digital divides, but I think there's also this thing of being like that language of digital inclusion, and we talk about access and accessibility, but there's this other thing of findability, and that becomes the ways in which you see that horizontal creative industry becoming ever more like in fashion. You could say that comes from 2016 because they did analyses on Hillary Clinton's videos, Bernie Sanders' videos, and then Donald Trump's. And the average public person nowadays likes the authenticity of the messiness of that. Was what people liked. They did not like that curated, clean thing. And we're in this systemic moment right now where we are acknowledging who we are as Canadians. So that's where you'll start to see that community is much more powerful when organizations like the UN are inherently struggling to matter still, right? So it's just a different relationship. But YouTube is a major, around 70% of Canadians will go there first, statistically. So I think I'm wondering if there's more that needs to be done there because of the literacy aspect, especially.
Yeah, I mean, I think again that you have to look at it. That's the Canadian stat. You also have to look at it from the newcomer stat and make sure that your audience is accessing videos on YouTube. What's important though is that if it's on YouTube, it's shareable through other channels, right? I can share a YouTube video on WhatsApp. I can share it on Facebook. I can share it on Twitter. I can share it through everywhere. And so you've created something that's infinitely shareable in that space. The other thing that's really important, and sorry, I don't think I answered your third question. I think I answered the previous person, 2 of your questions, but I may have missed one of them. So is there something that I missed real quick? or did I cover it? Okay.
One of them is answered, which is the visual learning. If you notice the popular video that you mentioned, or as an example, she was visualizing everything's going on with her. She went to Tim Hortons. She told the people, like, I went and I bought this. Look, it is there. So people like to see that. They like her accent because she goes and she's linked to like as a certain culture. So even, even all of us are like, we're speaking in English language, well, we have our accent, right? So this is very important for people coming like newcomers. I also agree that it might be a preference, but I also think people who are seeking for information and eager and like with certain age group, they won't have the interest to see the whole video. They will like go and check the answer. Especially if we're talking about something, for example, a driving license, or they want to do where to register their children, or how to do this and that. So they want to go into, the point is, are these scammers, or they are giving a point of view, like their own perspective, or are they funded from the government? Are they reliable in a way or another? That's my question.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. And what's interesting is when you create multimedia, you immediately have the ability to have other ways of accessing that information. So great example again, let's just look at her video. On YouTube, you'll see you can open a transcript, right? YouTube does an automatic transcript. So if you, let's say you haven't scripted this necessarily beforehand, you automatically get a script that you can then turn into text. You can then make a blog post or an article where you embed pictures of some of those things, right? Another example is directions. So those of you who are coming to CERC in person today got a PDF with directions that included pictures of how to get into the CERC offices through the Eaton Center, because it's a little bit cumbersome, right? Another example, so I'm just going to stop sharing for a second, reshare. Another way you could do that is to have the steps, the physical steps, but you could also create a video. So I always love this Culture Link. I'm not sure if they're still in this office, but they were in deep in a mall in the western part of Toronto. And so they created a video to walk you through. I'm just going to show you a little bit of it.
This video will help you find your way to Culture Link Settlement Services. We are located at 2340 Dundas Street West, inside the Crossways Mall. First, take the subway to Dundas West Station. If you look across the street from the Dundas West subway station, you're going to see the Crossways Mall. It's better to cross at the crosswalk, so we're going to turn to our right and walk down to the corner of Bloor Street and Dundas Street West. When the light changes, cross Dundas Street West and turn to your left.
Oh, we can't hear you. Marco?
Sorry, yeah, thanks. First of all, that's my favorite part of the video, is like, don't cross until you can, and then, make sure you're paying attention when you cross. But what they do is they walk you through. So someone could, this is from 2011, by the way, but someone could literally have this on their phone. They get out of the subway station and they could quickly watch the video, and they could follow it along with it as they're going, and it takes them into the mall, the main entrance, and you can see these different areas. Now the mall has been redesigned, so it's not going to look the same today, but you could say, oh, okay, Toronto Public Health, and then I take the door beside that, et cetera, et cetera. Then they could embed this video onto their website. They could include text instructions below the video with images if necessary. They could embed a Google map onto that web page, so that if you're driving or getting there from someone else, you can at least figure out well, how do I even get to Dundas West subway station? And then contact information to follow up if they're having trouble finding the place. So call this number, those kinds of things. And all of that is something that is inherently doable, but also leads me to the final thing I want to say before we break. And I know I keep saying we're going to break and then we don't break. It's basically all roads of your messaging need to lead to your website, right? This is something that's really important. I see too many links to YouTube videos that take me to YouTube. You have lost me if you've done that, right? Once I'm on YouTube, I am down the rabbit hole and I'm not coming back to you I'm going to take the next thing because that's what YouTube does, right? They're like, oh, you might be interested in watching this next and next and next. Most importantly is you can embed that onto a page. And what that allows you to do is share additional information, provide additional context. The rabbit hole they go down there is on your site, not on the social media site, for example, right? So for example, with, and again, it doesn't have to be incredibly difficult. If you've put it onto YouTube, it's inherently embeddable. So here's an example of not to embarrass this organization, but they have a really interesting digital literacy project, great explanations, great information here, about the project for refugees and things like that. You wouldn't know at the bottom of the page that they have a YouTube channel, but the person running this project reached out to me and said, hey, we've created these YouTube playlists and can you help share them? And so I went onto them and I found them, and there's a bunch of different, so I went and I said, okay, I'll share them through my site. So here they are. These are 12 digital literacy videos in Arabic that you can embed right onto your webpage, right? So what they should have is on their site is a link to the videos, but more importantly, embedded those videos. They should have in their news stories, one post per playlist. So Arabic digital literacy videos, embed the videos. Dari digital literacy videos, 9 videos, embed those videos onto that playlist, right onto their website. These videos create additional content that can lead people to the group. But right now, when they're sharing these videos on their social media channels, they're linking them through to watch them on YouTube. And then you're here and they're off your site, they're gone. They might access the playlist, but then they might start going, oh, well, that looks interesting and that looks interesting. And then they're off of your website. So all roads need to lead to your website. This is incredibly important. If you're sharing information, you want to drive people back to your site. And one of the things that you can do, just as a final thing around advertising and payments and things like that, is you can, if you're not familiar with Google Ads, you see them all the time if you do Google searches. But there is a nonprofit Google for nonprofits includes Google ad discounts where you can get $10,000 of AdWords a month, so $120,000 of advertising a month to promote your website on Google through keyword targeting. You have to go through TechSoup Canada in order to access this and to apply for it. I don't know if there's a fee, or it's probably quite cheap to become a member of TechSoup. And if you're not already a member of TechSoup, it's useful to know about because you can also get discounts on other programs, other software, as well as even hardware, for example. But for Google Ads, for an organization that has no advertising budget, that cannot pay for Facebook ads or Twitter ads, or ads on websites or ethnic media or discussion forums and things like that, we know, once again, from the data that people use searches to find information. So you can get a significant amount of money in order to promote your services on Google. And if you're one of the few in a local area, then the keywords will cost less per click, for example, so you can use quite a lot of that money. So that's something that's really important. All roads in your work should lead people to to your website. So if you're on Facebook, you can embed a video there, fine. That's an easy way for people to watch it. But if they want to find out more, link them through to something on your website. Make sure you also put that video on your website. You can embed Facebook videos, you can embed YouTube videos, you can embed Instagram posts, right onto your websites. The more you drive people to your websites, the more they'll actually find out about you. So think about the scenario of that ambassador who shares information about you into a WhatsApp group. If they share your YouTube video, maybe people will click through and watch that YouTube video. But that's it. They're not necessarily going to find out more about you, click through in the description, click to your website. But if that link is to your website where the YouTube video is embedded, you have them immediately on your website. You can immediately show them other information and how what you're doing could be useful for them in their settlement journey. And again, think about where you're sending those, like that real estate person on Canadian Desi. Maybe those links need to be something more specific. Oh, we're sharing this this link to a community X, Y, and Z. Okay, let's make sure we share back. So this raises a whole other can of worms about website management and website content and things like that. But I find there are huge missed opportunities if you're creating social media content that stays on social media and doesn't direct people back to your websites, especially for people who come across those links who may not know you and won't interact beyond the social media link if it links to YouTube or Facebook or something else. Whereas if you link it through to your website, they'll actually land on your site and they might be curious about what else is there. So great conversation so far. I'm glad it's been useful so far. Why don't we take a quick 5-minute break, and then we will we'll jump back in and burn through a few other pieces based on some questions that that you might have instead of me sort of leading the conversation. So 5 minutes. Set your timers, and I will see you back here very soon. Just going to spend a few more minutes because I think it's, again, sort of the main crux of what we want to talk about today is understanding newcomers and just saying there are ways you can do it. I'm going to give you some tools that are in, for example, the session handouts that you might find useful. And this is just sort of a very high level strategy is basically when you're trying to figure out what works for people is you want to figure out what you want to start with what you want to accomplish, and then figure out who your audience is, right? And so you can see here, for example, gathering data. Information from your client is always going to be the most important and the most relevant and the most specific because it's the context you're working in. But you can glean a lot from other kinds of sources, right, that are out there. So, you know, the Virtual Bridge project is going to give you some really great data. There's lots of good data that's out there from things like Data Reportal for, you know, country of origin stats. There's good research that's been done on newcomer information practice in the Canadian and international context as well. But then you want to try to find some time. You want to look for the patterns. You want to ask why these are the kinds of things. You want to gain some insight, and then you want to try some things out, right? So you want to figure out. So that's again going back to those intake questions of, you know, how would you like to communicate with us? Trying to understand from their perspective what works for them. What are the ways they want to connect with you and communicate, for example, and then sort of test those out, and then you'll sort of those insights, that the time spent doing that work is what will really drive your strategy, right? So maybe your goals are not likes and comments and follows, but they're people took action based on the information we shared. That's a different thing to analyze and to gather data on, but it's probably more important than just being able to say we've got this many Facebook page followers, and you know, this post got liked 100 times, but what happened from that post? What action was taken, for example? You also want to get a sense of how people are finding you and the journeys they take, and analyzing those to figure out how does that, where's the friction? Where could we make things easier, for example? So these are just some high level scenarios. So someone is online and they want to find settlement information. They've heard about your organization. Maybe they came across you in a Google ad or in a WhatsApp group, and they want to find out more about the services to see, do I want to follow up with this person? So what happens when they enter your site? What's that experience like, right? Do they want to talk to someone? Do they want to find testimonials? Do they want to get some information? Maybe they want to register. They're not sure what services you offer or how they'll help you, so they need some understanding. What are you all about? What are your services? What are some interesting articles you've written? Maybe there's some videos. What are some events that you have done or are upcoming, for example? Another one is maybe someone attended an event or an event series. Maybe it was online, maybe it was in person, and they want to be helped. They need some help to make the decision. So they've already attended something that you've created or ran, or it's information they've accessed, and they're interested. They like what they've heard. They want to become, they're somewhat familiar with your services, but they want to find out what else is out there. They want to figure out that whether what you're doing is a fit for them. Right. And then they realize, you know, they're a digital client in this case. They're not going to come in face to face for a number of different reasons. Could be geography, could be work time. And they realize that your services don't work for their schedule. So they can't attend your events. They can't attend your series. They can't attend your webinars. So then the question becomes, how can you help them and how can you serve them? Right. So more and more, because we've been doing webinars and online events and things like that, they lend themselves to being recorded. And so can you provide them with that, a recording of that event with an opportunity to reach out later, for example? And how can you make that recording available so that they can share it with others in their community and in their online spaces, right? So you want to make things as accessible as possible, even if they don't decide to register with you. Would that information be useful for them? And then now, maybe then the last scenario is, could be the same person, could be someone who has heard enough about you, the word of mouth worked, they're ready to register and access services. And are you the right organization? They still want to figure out, are you the right organization that can help them out? So what is their experience when they land on your site or their social media channels? They want to connect with someone right away. They don't want to wait. They're exploring other service providers, perhaps in the community, that other people have told them about. So how frictionless is the registration experience that you can provide for them, right? And one of the things that I'm going to dive into a few things in a minute, but one of the, let me see if I can find it, is the idea of creating an intake light, right? So often the intake that we have asks for everything about that person, right? So I'll give you an example. I don't want to embarrass any organizations, but just to show you, this is not atypical. If I want to create a new account and access these services, okay, give me some information about you. Give me your personal information. Give me your employment status, your education, your immigration status, things that you might be interested in from us. Tell us more about it. What other services might you want to access? It's, I don't see the PR card, or do I? But increasingly people are asking for PR cards and those kinds of things. Is there something that could be perhaps simpler, so that I just want to get in, and then you can do the more fulsome intake later? So this is an example of an intake light from an organization. Give me your name, your last name, your email address, your phone number, your gender, languages, where do you live, what's your status, what's your availability for online appointments. They tell you right now they're available Monday to Friday from 9 to 3 to make appointments. So does that work for you? What services and programs might be you interested in? Tell us a bit why you came to us, and anything else that you can tell us. The rest of the information will be taken and done by the intake counselor. The intake light gets them into your space, gets them slightly registered, gets them connected with you without being onerous, without feeling like, why are they asking me all of these questions? I don't even know this organization, and they're asking me for all of my private information, right? Some organizations are starting to experiment with something that feels even simpler, a question a page, right? Why do we need your information? Let's tell them up front. We have to collect this information. How are we going to use this information, right? I consent to you using that information. Sure, I'll say yes. How did you hear about our services? I probably wouldn't put this up at the front, but fine. I might want to tell you it was through another settlement service provider. I'd like to meet virtually with a staff member. I speak Arabic, and I'm interested. And so you can see as it's going through, it's prompting me with one question after another. It feels different than having to scroll and scroll and scroll. And in the end, I may or may not be asking as many questions as the other thing, but it doesn't feel nearly as onerous because I'm going through one question at a time. It feels relevant to what I'm asking. It feels like these are the questions that I should be answering. We're seeing increasingly it'll start becoming automated, right? So this is a very, top of the tier digitally mature model, but we know Access Employment uses a lot of technology. And when they click on register with Access, it takes them to their chatbot. So this is an automated approach to registering for services. So my name's Marco. Hi, yeah, nice to meet you. Great, location's open once again. You can help me get started. What do I want to start with? I want job search questions and resources. So it'll walk me through and prompt me. Here are some questions. No, that's not what I want. I actually want your programs and services, right? So interestingly, right? So here there's already a disconnect. I have questions about the job search, but I want to talk to somebody. I don't just want necessarily these questions, but I can go back and say programs. We've got lots of different programs. I am looking for customized employment support. Job search workshops for new Canadians. Tells me a little bit about the program, tells me how to get in touch with the team or register for an information session. And so now they're starting the process of asking. So let's say I'm in the Greater Toronto area. I am. Yeah, Greater Toronto area. Oh, Toronto's there. Yay, Ontario, submit. Now what happens? Okay, so I can go through and I can register, and let's see what happens when I click on register. So they start asking me for my information. And this may well be the only information. I'm not sure. There may be more that they ask. But again, it feels like that other one. It feels kind of like one question at a time. I'm being walked through the experience of an intake. It feels more personal. It feels a little bit more seamless, for example. It doesn't feel like I'm being asked for every single question about my life and about my identity and things like that. And so that can be really useful when we think about making that experience frictionless on our end. We can make it feel a bit different for the newcomer, so that if you have convinced them, if you've gotten to that point of engagement, they click through and they're ready to take the next step. Don't lose them by making it difficult, onerous, or having friction with it, right? So the next thing is to, let me just check the time. We've got about 25 minutes. I want to just give you some bare bones to more complex ways that you can start identifying and doing some profiling, if you will, of your audiences. Now, these are in the, where's it here? Sorry. These are in the handouts. So this is the social media strategy session handout. So you can see as I'm going through these, you'll have access to them here. I've also done placed some examples on the Google Jamboard. But what I want to start with is basically, if you have, this is the bare bones. You can sit down with your staff and start talking about, what do we know? Who's our core audience? Okay. And you can start as broadly as you want. You can say, newcomers. Secondary audience could be newcomer women, could be newcomers looking for employment. You ultimately will have multiple audiences that you start to define based on some of these attributes, right? And you'll start to say, okay, what do we know about them, their demographics? What do we know about them, about their awareness about us? What are their values? What's motivating them? Find employment, want to get settled, enroll children in school. What do you want them to do exactly? We want them to register for our services. We want them to attend a webinar. It could be a number of different things. What's in it for them? What do you offer them? This is what's key and will drive your content and your messaging, which again, you'll be focusing on in the afternoon. What you understand about them is what you will use to then tell them why you are the right people. What is your value proposition for them? And then who are the people that can help you get that word out? And what are other pathways? What are the main sources of information that this person or this demographic sort of gets their information from? Could be face-to-face, could be WhatsApp, could be, TV, whatever it might be. So you go through a simple process of asking some questions and having this conversation with each other to figure out what you know about the audiences. Another approach is, again, it's a little bit more like this. You could write this out, put it up on the wall and use Post-it notes. But what do we know? What are their key characteristics? What do we know about their needs? What do we have to offer them? What do we want them to do? What are the key messages and what are the key tactics we're going to use? So for example, if I was, here's a profile of a digital client, they're high functioning, they're low need. So they've recently arrived, they've used technology in their pre-arrival stages, they're very tech savvy. They want information, but they don't want a relationship, right? They don't want in-depth support or counseling. They're very self-motivated. They expect that you're going to reply to them quickly, and they use WhatsApp as their primary communications tool. So what are their needs? They want some just-in-time support. They want to know what they don't know, and they want connections to people and resources that can help, right? I'm new, I'm in Canada, I've never done a job search here before. I want to know what I want you to help me figure out, but I also want a good first job. I don't want the survival job stuff. So I want you to figure out ways for me to get notifications about jobs I'm qualified for. And your value proposition is, yeah, we can do that. We have this success rate. You can access their services however you want. We can engage with you in WhatsApp, or if we can't, we'll talk to you about different ways we can connect with you if we're not using WhatsApp, for example. So what are our objectives? We do still want to get them as that stat. We need them to do the intake light. We need them to give us enough information so that we can count that as a statistic, as a service statistic. But we also want to get them in. We want to get them what they need. We want to get them out. And then if we're successful helping them, we want them to come back and mentor other people. We want them maybe to be a success story, a testimonial. If they're successful in their job, we would love for them to come and share their experience with other newcomers. Could be formal, could be informal. Maybe you have a mentoring program, maybe you don't, but there's ways that you can then turn a client into a volunteer, into a supporter, into a champion. If you've been helpful to them, okay, you're active in WhatsApp. Are you active in WhatsApp groups where other people are like you could use help from us? Could you help share that information, right? So whether it's a mentor or a champion or ambassador. What's our key messages? We can give you what you want. You know what you want. We can help you navigate what you don't know, right? Again, it's based on their characteristics, based on what we understand of them. We can connect you to the mentors, supports, the resources that you need to jumpstart your career. And what are our tactics here? We're going to share information on social media channels. We're hoping that they might, and we're going to use digital messaging, in this case, probably WhatsApp, to communicate with them, right? So it can be that quick. You figure out who you need. Now I could flip this and I could say, what's the digital client who's low functioning, but high need, but still digital, for example. So they still are using WhatsApp. They're still, interested in communicating using technology, but they have higher needs when it comes to the job search. They're less motivated, perhaps. Their English isn't as strong, right? So again, you start to develop a number of different kinds of personas and profiles, and you can use a tool like this, for example. Another tool that you can use is called an empathy map. An empathy map is part of that journey. And again, it's part of you. And this is, again, if you've got resources, if you've got time, it can help you get a little bit more information from people about where they're at in terms of what they think and feel about what you offer. What are they seeing out there related to what you're offering? So competition, complementary kinds of services. What are they saying and doing in this context? What do they hear from others? And then what are their pains? What might they gain from your service, right? So similarly, you can do this on a board, right? Where you just pull in Post-it notes and things like that and add to them. You can do this together with your staff face to face. And so you start to look at, what are they thinking and feeling? Well, they're excited, but they're confused. They're also curious. They're wondering why there isn't a cost. Why is this a free service? These kinds of services tend to be costly. I'm stressed. I'm new. I've just arrived. I'm not sure where to start. There are so many options. It's really confusing, right? And what do they see out there? They see fee-for-service competitors. They see other similar organizations. They see people who say you don't need help. They see lots of information available publicly. They're also seeing newcomer groups and places where they're getting information from other people. So there's a huge landscape that they're looking at. What do they say and do when it comes to your services? Well, you wanted me here in Canada, so this should be an easy process, right? I went through the point system. You valued my experience. So I figure I don't need help. And I don't really need to know, I'm self-sufficient. I can figure this out on my own. I've had maybe I've had, or other people have had bad experiences with other similar kinds of organizations. Help is for other people. So how do you convince someone who might not feel they need help that you can be supportive to them? And what have they heard? Well, they may have heard good things, but they've also heard friends who didn't use these services and have been successful, and they don't want to be seen as weak. Will services like this help me settle faster? Well, I've heard some good things. I've heard some not great things. Some newcomers have told me I don't need it. Some people are telling me I might need to go back to school. Like, what is that about? I'm a professional and I should be valued in my experience. So what are they hearing? All of these things, that if you can start to figure out the landscape that they're coming into, the beliefs, the attitudes, what they're being told by other people, what their journey is like, you can start to be able to figure out what your messaging needs to be and what your approaches need to be. So if their pains are they don't have time, your hours don't work for them, they're not sure if it'll help, I'm very stressed out, I've got problems with system navigation, I'm having problems in my family, so what can you give me? I want to find a job in my field, I want to settle faster, I want to feel settled in my community. So this is all, again, you can take it from kind of the bare bones conversation to slightly more sophisticated, to even a little bit more sophisticated, to get as a deep an understanding as you can about the people that you're serving in order to understand the tactics that need to happen, the messaging that makes sense for you, and so on. Any thoughts or questions about these tools? So these are developing personas, these are developing client profiles. And again, they're meant to be tools to help you understand and come to an agreement as a staff, as an organization, about who you're serving and what you understand about them. So again, as an example, we used to create personas when I worked at settlement.org, and I would sometimes have this, this persona up on the wall in front of me while I was writing an article about something for this digital client. I'm writing to this person as much as I understand about them. Janet, yeah, go ahead. You raised your hand.
Hi, I am questioning that high functioning low need, because we tend to get them coming once, even if we get them. So like for example, those we enter in eye care tend to be more high functioning low need. When they get to the PR stage, they tend to have that English and have that, and they just need, you know, that simple form. They just come and then they go. Maybe we'll see them in 5 years. Maybe we'll see them in 1 year. They're very busy. You add that, like, you know, they get what they want and they leave. So yeah, it's hard to really captivate them, and it's hard to even get a word of mouth through them. It's a lot of trying, and I tend to get more word of mouth through low functioning high need, but we tend to get more of the same low functioning high need. We would get maybe like 1 to 2 every month. That's through word of mouth. And sometimes that person leaves. That person's more high functioning than they are, and then they leave because they don't really need it as much. So I'm just thinking, like, how do you retain people who are high functioning? How summer's coming along, we're starting a community garden, and we want, and that's where more high functioning people can come in, because they're interested in gardening now. They're interested in getting food. They're interested in community now, beyond the English classes or like the English support or the forum. So just trying to see and test, you know, what can we do beyond that through the digital space, as well as the word of mouth, because I feel like the word of mouth is strongest, but you get retention through online because they feel like their face is on Facebook and they get a share. Oh, this is what I did today. You know, we went gardening, and then they feel excited to share to their friends, but we never know, you know, we never know the aftermath. So just thinking about retention for both sides for the future.
Yeah, no, definitely all really important points. And I think, again, there's times when you won't necessarily get someone who comes back or is willing to become part of your services or give you feedback. They're in and they're out, for example. But the more you understand about them, perhaps the follow-up you do in a week or 2 or whatever your regular follow-up schedule is, you can change how you're reaching out to that person and ask them slightly different questions. Now, the in-person stuff like gardening and things like that, those are opportunities not just to sort of, you know, celebrate people online, and they might reshare it on Facebook, but you can also kind of use those as gateways to other services, right? So they're doing the gardening program, but are they aware of other things you offer? Do they know people in the community who might need other kinds of services, for example? Is that a conversation that you might be able to have? Yeah, go ahead.
So I just want to do a follow-up question in terms of the displaced Ukrainian clients that we've been seeing and also not been seeing. So in our community, we're expecting 10 plus families coming in. Again, small northern community in BC. Surprised that we got that many, but I know that there's 5 families here, but I know that 2 of them are coming. So it's why aren't we getting the other 3? Well, how I see it is, maybe in their culture, which I'm learning, they're more independent. They tend to get what they need and then they leave. And right now, those who are sponsoring them are people who know the area. So they feel why do we need a settlement organization that we don't know when we already have the people we do know and people who are sponsoring us? So they already have a crutch, so they don't need us. So they disappear before we even get a chance to get to them. But we have contacts with those people, their sponsors. So we talk to the sponsors, but we don't end up having them come. So there's that issue there. We want to help, but we're not seeing the results.
Yeah, I mean, what you're describing is I think a fairly typical story when it comes to settlement agencies interacting with private sponsors, the private sponsorship of refugee program, right? Where the assumption is from the very beginning that group of 5 or that community or that faith group will take care of all of the supports and services, and they either don't feel like the people they're working with need additional services, or they're not even sure sometimes that they're allowed to access them, right? There's misinformation and bad information out there sometimes. And so that becomes then the conversation you're going to have there is more with the sponsors rather than with the Ukrainian newcomers initially in particular. And then there's two things. One is if there's a language barrier, if they are coming in and they don't speak English and you don't have Ukrainian staff, which is quite likely, that it makes it more difficult unless, again, the sponsors can act as interpreters or there's some way to bridge the language barrier. But that can feel like friction to someone if they're having their needs met. In particular, again, someone earlier mentioned the whole, Maslow's hierarchy. If they're feeling support, if they're feeling like, okay, I'm out of a war zone and these people, my sponsors are taking care of me, and I feel like I'm building some community and I just need to kind of survive and finally relax right now. Maybe they're not ready for services as well. So that is that relationship there. The influencer, the connector for you are the private sponsors. And those are the people that you need to kind of bring in and have conversations with to better understand the needs of the people that they're supporting, but then also for them to understand when it might make sense for you to be a support and to be a help to the people that they've sponsored and that they're taking care of. And that's a conversation, right? That's a relationship building kind of exercise. So they may not, because again, and it happens a lot with private sponsors, that first year, they're expected to provide everything. Now, after that first year, some refugees or new Canadians are not feeling settled, and some sponsors don't continue to provide support. So it is important near, the late months in particular, that those folks understand what community services are available to them, and that they can access them beyond that first year, right? Because again, they may feel like I only have 1 year of access to any supports, for example. So that can be a difficult conversation to have, but you've got two kind of points. Right now, you've got the Ukrainian newcomers, but you more importantly are connecting with the sponsors and sort of building the groundwork for them to understand how the people they're serving can access your services. I don't know if that helps. For me, that's a fairly typical scenario that happens around private sponsorship.
Thank you. Yeah, that's definitely helpful. And I think having conversations and also learning. For me, like meeting them where they are. It's like, hey, are you having a barbecue? Are you having that? Maybe
Exactly.
I'll just show up. And then that's where I meet you, and they know that this is a person versus a giant organization that they're scared to talk to. So thanks.
Yeah, exactly. Making those connections makes a huge difference. And then again, they may have some online spaces. Maybe they've got a Facebook group where the sponsors are talking about how we support these 10 families. Is that a space where you could have a presence and make connections and things like that as well? So that's a very, very good example of a granular kind of profile, right? 10 families, very specific experience, very specific scenario. They're being sponsored in a very unique way. And you could create a persona profile literally for both of the groups that you're working with. So who are the sponsors? What do we know about them? How can we reach out to them? And who are the Ukrainians? Who are the potential clients? And how can we reach out to them? And how can we understand their needs? And that might be over a continuum, right? Like I'm mentioning right now, maybe, months 1 to 6 is connecting with the sponsors, and 6 to 12 is connecting with both the sponsors and the Ukrainians as they start learning English, as they start needing to access additional services. Maybe they need more systems navigation, for example. Then you might be able to come in and provide supports. But half the battle, I think, is like what Stein mentioned earlier, is the people you're trying to reach, even knowing and understanding what it is that you offer and how it can benefit them. So you have to always customize that messaging, that content. Again, you'll spend more time on that this afternoon, but the idea of how you make it seem clear that it's in their benefit to access your services, for example. Any other questions or thoughts? Okay. There's a ton of, we've got like just over, I think, 8 minutes left. So I'm going to try to just go through some of I'm going to stop sharing my screen for a second and pick a few things that I think might be most useful to spend some time on. Okay, yeah, so making choices. So share. When it comes to making choices, one of the things that we need to look at is time. Now, this is an old image, but it gives you a sense of, depending on how much you want to do on social media, the more you want to do, the more time it's going to take. Now, I know you know this, but it's important. For example, if we just want to listen and participate, so we're sharing, we're broadcasting content, you can get away with, half an hour to an hour a day. I'm talking about a 5-day week where someone is responsible for that. If you want to become more engaging, if you want to create more engaging content, you're creating those videos and things like that. Maybe you're building more community networks online and those kinds of things. Then you're looking at more and more time. So again, we want to have a sense of you're the organization that doesn't have a lot of resources versus the organization that might have a lot. There are still things that you can do, but you need to make sure that you're being strategic about how you're going about doing those things. And so some of that is deciding on your tactics, right? And the tools. So just quickly, right? You can go through video and photo sharing. So, YouTube, Instagram, Snapchat, all of these different kinds of things, digital messaging tools. So that could be WhatsApp, more integrated tools like WeChat that incorporate a lot more than just digital messaging. Maybe you're reaching out. Maybe all you have time for is to reach out to these trusted networks, to these influencers. It's okay to not have a presence on social media if you can't manage it, if you don't have the resources for it, and you can't be strategic in it, right? I think that's important for us to realize. If you go to most settlement organizations' websites, they're going to have Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, and Facebook icons on the bottom of the page. And in some cases, those spaces are empty. In some cases, those spaces are just not being well maintained because they don't have the resources for it. And so you're spreading yourself too thinly. Maybe the trick is to be creating relationships with those influencers, with those trusted networks, and getting them that information. Now, the other side of it is social media is inherently an interactive space, but it also doesn't have to be, right? You can use it as a broadcast medium, but you have to be very clear with your audience that you're not monitoring actively and you're not necessarily responding in a timely way, because otherwise you'll be building expectations, right? So I've seen, for example, some LinkedIn, there's a couple LinkedIn pages I'm part of, and they mention from time to time that they don't respond. They don't monitor the page, they just broadcast. And again, that's a choice that they've made and they're telling their audience from time to time. But what they haven't done is they haven't removed the ability to comment, which you can do, for example, on LinkedIn and other places. And so if somebody comments and they never get a response, that's going to turn them off, right? That's going to be something that they're not happy with. So if you make choices to be more broadcast, then more interactive. And again, that's a choice. That's a strategic choice that you make and you're comfortable making that. You need to be clear and you need to use the technology to ensure that it's not frustrating for others, so that if you don't want them to comment, turn off the comments, right? You see that on Twitter too sometimes, that only people that this account follows can respond, or people can't respond at all. So again, there's no 100% right way to use this. If you want to broadcast more, right, then having engagement, that's okay. Maybe you want to drive people to other ways. So if you want to engage with us from Twitter, go to our website and there's our email, there's our phone numbers, there's the various other ways that you can connect with us. Twitter is our way to get into your space, but we need you to come to our space for the rest of the conversation. That's okay. That has to be part of your strategy, because maybe most of your strategy is spent reaching out to the audiences and helping them share your message in the spaces that they inhabit, right? So you're not necessarily on WhatsApp to share information. You're using WhatsApp as a service tool where you're communicating with your clients back and forth, but they're using it to help share information into their communities. So I think when you look at strategy, it's okay to do it differently than what most people might expect. The other thing is really being able to kind of analyze and set priorities with your tactics, right? So for example, if you're looking at your tactics and tools, and again, you can do this really easily using a whiteboard or something like that. So high impact, low cost, that's a WhatsApp broadcast list, right? If I've got all my clients, not a group, right? A broadcast list where I'm sending one-way messages to people whose phone numbers I have. A Twitter broadcast account, low impact, low cost. A slightly higher cost is an interactive Twitter account. Why? Because you've got to factor human resources into the cost. So when you're looking at setting priorities and you're looking at costs and impact, you need to take into account human time, so human costs, HR. You need to take into account, are there any technical costs, right? Do I need to pay for this access to this? And then you just need to look at the time. Those are basically the two things: the cost, the human cost, and the actual sort of monetary cost that it might take, as well as the cost, I guess, the assessment of, if I do this, what can't I do, for example, what might we not be able to do, and is it a high enough impact, right? So for example, you might have a client, you might want to create a client service portal. That's high cost no matter what. It's only high impact if you dedicate additional resources to it. You actually can get your clients into it and using it. That all takes a lot more time. You can have a high cost, low impact client service portal, which is you just build it, but you don't facilitate on it, you don't monitor it, you don't put any efforts into it. Still going to cost you as much, but you're going to have a much lower impact on it, right? So it's thinking through the various tools. So one of the things you should do right now is do an assessment of the tools that you're using for social media and figure out, are you having the impact? And are there costs associated with it? And again, human time and the opportunity cost, as they say, is something that's really important as well. The other thing that I'll share near the end, and again, you'll get all these slides, is if you're looking for policies, protocols, and guidelines, many organizations have gone before you. That's an important conversation that a lot of organizations don't necessarily have. So a few organizations have created privacy and security guidelines for their newcomers, protocols for the use of technology and electronic media, work from home policies, for example. And they've on this link, they've shared those with me to be able to share publicly. So you can go, this is just a Dropbox-like service called sync.com, which is a Canadian version of Dropbox, more secure. I highly recommend it if you're using online storage. Switch from Dropbox to sync.com, end of advertisement. And you can go into and download all of these different resources. What else is here as well is are some of other standards from other sectors like social work and the information and referral sector. So like I said at the beginning, we won't necessarily have time to go through all of this, but again, just some quick reminders before we sign off. Who are you serving? Where are they? What do you want to accomplish in these spaces? What do you know about them? And what are you looking for in your channels, right? So you're not just looking at what's popular, you're looking at different kinds of outcomes. Don't forget everything you know. Make sure you're adapting to newcomers. Make sure you're focusing on mobile. Embrace these newer influencers and connectors. And identify the different channels that people are using. And then hopefully this is mostly what I said we would talk about today. Hopefully you've got a deeper understanding in some of why this communication is essential, how you can figure out how to best communicate with your newcomer audience, how you can start identifying the technology tools, and how your communication strategy helps connect newcomers to more information. Now, I know we didn't get through all of this, but the slides are available to you. And as I mentioned, I think Stein, you and I need to chat, but we've allocated some time for me to continue to have this conversation with you as a group or with you as individual agencies moving forward. I hope this was useful. It always fills up. There's always more content than time in my experience, but your questions and your insights were really useful throughout the process. And I hope that this was some time well spent for you this morning. Any final thoughts before we sign off, or final questions before I let you go back to the food and back to your lunches?
Any questions from the room?
Or from the folks online?
Online? I had a quick question about the one of the frameworks that you had presented. So it's the one with the digital client, high functioning, low need. Right. So if you had to look at something like low functioning and low and high need, let's say, those would be like newcomers in the most precarious sort of situation. But in terms of identifying, like, say, a value proposition for the organization, are you trying to improve the functioning of the newcomer? Like move them from low functioning to high need, or are you catering services to them for whatever level of functioning they're working with?
I mean, I think that's the question that organizations need to be able to identify for that group, right? We're going to meet you where you are, but our goal to just continue to keep you there, or is our goal to help you become, more high functioning to improve your settlement outcomes? That's why I think that's the conversation that you need to have within the organization. Once you understand who you're serving and what you know about them, then what is the value proposition and your sort of not call to action, but the what you offer them and what you're trying to get them to the objectives for the audience, if you will. That's up to the organization. I mean, ideally, you're moving people along a continuum towards becoming more high functioning, but that depends on the services you provide. Sometimes it's just you're helping people survive. right? And maybe the referrals are what help them move up the hierarchy of needs, for example. It really depends on the service, the types of services you provide, the connections you have within your community. But that's exactly why we do those exercises, is to define that. So for this audience, here's what we can do.
Yeah. So it seems like at least in the initial stages, it's their non-digital needs that sort of come first. And then once you sort of solve that problem and they've sort of on the path towards integration, then their digital needs sort of step in, right? And then you want to move them from, say, low functioning to high functioning.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's not either or. I think those are parallel processes as well, depending on what they identify that they're interested in, right? Maybe they, and again, that's an area, it's in the slides and I didn't really get into it, but that's one of the newer areas that we as settlement organizations are working on. We're digital navigators now, right? We are helping newcomers find devices, get connected to the internet, but more importantly, bridge the digital skills divide and helping them become more digitally literate. And that might be something we offer directly in our organization, or it might be something we work with an organization in the community on, whether it's, again, it might be computers for schools, helping a newcomer family get computers for their kids, for example. There may be, the local college offers digital training, digital literacy training. So maybe we'll create a program in partnership with them. We'll bring in the clients and they'll bring in the expertise, for example. All of that can happen at the same time that you're providing employment services and health services and housing services and things like that, because increasingly our clients are entering a digital society, a digital economy, services from government that are digital. So we increasingly have a responsibility to provide that parallel process. And so I think that but again, that all depends on where the client is at and what they want to do, right? I'll get to the digital later, but I need you to help me with these survival things first. And other clients are like, yeah, help me with employment, but also I need to understand the evolution of the resume from a paper resume to, an AI vetted resume. And what does that mean for how I write my resume now? Because that's digital navigation, right? That's digital literacy, even though it's not, how to use a computer. I still need to know, how do I create a resume or put in a job application that is going to be vetted by technology. That's part of our role as well, to understand how the technologies are going to impact the newcomers, and then help them understand, okay, you're looking for employment. Let me tell you about the digital side of employment. You need to figure out how to use, some sort of office productivity. Let's take for a knowledge worker, right? Okay, do you know how to use Office? Are you familiar with Zoom? Do you know how to do you have an email account? Because again, some people come from places where email isn't used. It's WhatsApp, it's texting. So do we need to help you with email? So the digital actually becomes part of the service component as well when it's appropriate. Right. And that's part of helping newcomers understand what they don't know that they didn't need to know. If they're coming into that space, you need to know that this is the way that jobs are going, that remote work is happening in these ways, and what are the skills? How do you do small talk in a remote work environment? Very different than a workshop on small talk in an office, right? How do you connect with coworkers? We talk a lot about cross-cultural connections and small talk and informal communication in an office. Well, what does that look like in a hybrid office, right? We need to figure that out, and we need to help newcomers figure that out as well, or else things will just continue to go horribly wrong when it comes to labor market integration and things like that. So I think it's a both and not an either or, but all of that is dependent on what you know of the client and where they're at, what they're ready for, and what they want from you, and what you know that they need as well. It's complex. Settlement has always been complex, right? And it gets more complex when we layer technology onto it. But I think more and more, it partly is our responsibility as service providers to understand things that are that digital navigation component that is a complement to the systems navigation work that we do in an offline way.
Great, thank you. So yeah, I think everyone's pretty hungry now. So I don't want to keep everyone from lunch because I'm also very hungry. But so yeah, so thanks a lot, Marco.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, Amber's a question as well. You'll have to turn it on from the back.
I was just wondering, like in the context of doing an intake, like I'm from Saskatchewan, and a lot of our service providing organizations, they don't even live in the same city as the place that does the initial intake, right? So they don't necessarily have access to any of that information. But I guess in a perfect world where that information was passed on to them, would you recommend including a question on the intake, like asking that client, how would you rank your digital literacy? And then maybe including components for things like Microsoft Office suite of products, like turning the computer on and off, like different kinds of, I guess, like subcategories that would go into that type of an intake question?
Yeah, there's lots of examples. I'm going to share my screen for a second. There's a really good one coming out of the UK. Does a lot of really interesting work in this area. So this is the Scottish Coalition Council for Voluntary Organizations, and they've created a set of checkups based on a digital skills framework. So for example, what are the foundational skills? And someone can actually go through and do these, answer these kinds of questions. Now, this is a little bit more in depth than at the intake stage, but if you're working with someone, you want to find out what their digital literacy skills are, you can create Google Forms or surveys on SurveyMonkey,
Right.
or you can use these kinds of tools like this, for example, and it'll walk them through a series of different prompts. Now, I can tell you that there's the Association of Canadian Studies in Metropolis is actually working on an approach to Canadianize some of these for newcomer audiences. It'll probably take about a year or so, but there are dozens of skill checkup and skill assessments and surveys and things like that that are out there, and I can share some with Stein to forward on. So you can ask some of those questions at the intake light stage, if it's appropriate based on how they're accessing services or where you're going to potentially stream them into services. But you can also do it at a deeper intake stage after as well, whether it's in-person questions or virtual, like a web video conference set of questions, or a survey, kind of like what you see on the screen here.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah.
I hope that's helpful. Great. Well, thank you, everybody. I'm going to hopefully rejoin this afternoon to watch, to be in attendance, if that's okay, Stein, to watch some of the other presentations and learn from other folks. But I hope this was useful. And like I said, there's the slides will be available to you. There's lots of clickable stuff within that. I am available for follow-up questions anytime. And Stein and I will chat about how I might be able to help support the programs, your programs, after today as well. So thank you. I hope this was useful for your work and not too boring. Take care, everybody, and enjoy your lunch. Go forth and eat.
Thank you. Yeah, so just a note to the online folks, we will be rejoining at 1:30. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we are back. So I hope everyone had a good lunch. So we're going to resume the workshop. Our next speaker is coming from the YMCA, YWCA of the National Capital Region, Farah and Parissa. Parissa's online. Farah's here with us in person. So we wanted just a very, I'm not going to give them a very long introduction, but Farah and Parissa are working on a STI funded project, which is called WISO, Wired Evaluating Settlement Online. So I'm going to let Farah take the floor. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Stein, and thank you for inviting us to come and just like share with you our developed model. We will be presenting today about an integrated approach developed to a hybrid service delivery assessment, and we are presenting the YMCA YWCA of the National Capital Region in Ottawa, and the research program is called WESO, so it's Wired Evaluating Settlement Online, and we will be presenting I and Parissa also in a hybrid mode. So also I want to say that the other two members of the teams, Abrar and Bahar, also joining us, and they are just attending, but also like I want to acknowledge the hard work that all the team has been doing since we started. So to start with, this is our table of content. We will be discussing briefly about the background of our project and the deliverables of the project, the objectives, as well as the research questions. And then Parisa will be covering the hybrid service definition and the research strategy we adapted to develop the hybrid delivery model. And then we will be talking about our developed questionnaire, and finally the validation of the questionnaire and our upcoming research activities. So it all started with the emergence of COVID-19 and where the settlement sector was forced to rapidly adjust to the delivery of most of its in-person services to a remote or hybrid service delivery approach. So during the pandemic, the numbers of organizations who started going more into providing hybrid services increased drastically, and where 97% of settlement service providers were providing hybrid services during the pandemic, only 58% pre-pandemic were providing hybrid services. The same with the Francophone settlement services. It was 93% during the pandemic, while it was only 65 pre-pandemic. So they all shifted. It's like it's really interesting how fast this sector was into like shifting to providing hybrid services. So during the pandemic, the finding of various research projects identified three major needs: the need to address the digital divide among the newcomers, the need to improve service provider digital capacity, and the need to create a network of knowledge mobilization. Now, in order to address these needs, and under the SDI initiative, the YMCA proposed the WASO program research project. So WASO is a new program that will conduct digital landscape research with service provider organizations across Canada and newcomer clients to develop tools and resources to help SPOs improve their services and evaluate their hybrid service model. So we were able to identify 8 main objectives. So the first objective is help the newcomer clients better integrate into the community in the current digital environment. So, but to do this, we will try to find the challenges that the newcomers had when they want to access online services, and also find out the challenges of the service providers, as well as the best practices. The second objective is we will be trying to increase the newcomer clients' options in choosing ways to access services, and then understand the newcomer clients' experience with remote services, understand the newcomer clients' barriers to accessing digital services and improve their access, increase the capacity of and the knowledge of the service provider organization on how to evaluate and improve the effectiveness of their online or hybrid services, address the digital divide among the newcomer, empower the newcomer clients to use and improve their digital skills in various contexts. And that's what was Marco just discussing. And last is help the service provider organization use proper and valuable digital tools for the integration of newcomer clients. So the program had mainly 4 deliverables. We will provide a deeper understanding of what type of services from the 6 settlement services. And the 6 settlement services are mainly the language assessment, language training, community communication, employment services, and information and orientation, and need assessment and referral. So we're trying to find what type of services are better delivered online, in what format, and with what type of clients, because what works for some clients might not work for other clients. And what might work with a certain type of services to be online might not work with other type of services. We will work with a group of newcomers who only use in-person services and are not comfortable using online services, and we will help them with the transition in order to be comfortable using online services and to remove the barriers as much as we can and within the scope of this project. And then we will create resources and toolkit that can help SPO across Canada to evaluate the effectiveness of their service delivery and adapt their models accordingly to improve services. Then we will be piloting this before we move to roll out the evaluation framework to other SPOs across Canada, guiding them to use the framework to measure the impact of their hybrid services. Now, in order to achieve the project goals, we had identified two main research questions. The first research question is, how does a hybrid service delivery model ensure the digital inclusion of newcomers? And we specified more secondary questions, research questions. And the second primary research question is, how does hybrid service delivery inform SPOs, future service planning and programming? So in order to address these research questions, now Parissa would cover the research strategies that we apply to find a definition for hybrid services first, and then to develop our hybrid service model. Parissa?
Yes, thank you, Farah. Hello, everyone. I'm the researcher of the WESO program. I just wanted to also, like Farah mentioned, I want to thank the entire team. Abrar, Bahar, thank you so much for doing this with us. It wouldn't be possible without your effort. So as Farah mentioned, considering the research questions and to be able to address these research questions, and in light of the existing literature on the significance of providing quality services for the clients and building on the previous models of service delivery, and enabled by so many influential parameters, including the digital literacy skills, which was highlighted specifically during this pandemic, we defined hybrid service delivery in an integrative manner to include two categories of service, both online services, as you can see in the slide, and in-person services. So the underlying reason for this basically approach to include both types of categories of services was to expand the physical and digital capacity of the service provider organizations, as well as the newcomer clients, and help them navigate this technological world and make technologically informed decision in both delivering the services and accessing and completing the services. So as you can see, the online category has two subcategories, namely the synchronous and the asynchronous. Generally speaking, the online services are those completing which relies on internet access. So either they are completed simultaneously through the synchronous services. For example, imagine a video call between a settlement counselor and a client who has questions about completing an application. This simultaneous nature of this service completion will make it a synchronous service, whereas asynchronous services, although they are online, which means they rely on internet access, they do not need the immediate presence of an agent in order to be completed. For example, we consider the application, the newcomer client's application for social insurance number, or when they're trying to get their OHIP, these will be categorized under asynchronous services. On the other hand, next to online services, basically, we have in-person services. In-person services are those that are completed via face-to-face interactions, which do not require, necessarily do not require internet connection, and the offline services, which means a service that is completed over the phone with an agent, between basically a conversation between an agent and a client, but without internet access. So considering this very broad definition of hybrid services, in the next slide, I will tell you more about the strategy that we adopted for the conventional and technology mediated models. Farah, if you could move on to the next slide, please. Thank you so much. Yes, so developing a definition was for the purpose of developing a hybrid service delivery model. And we developed the hybrid service delivery model so that based on this model, we can expand all the underlying dimensions into a measurement tool, which is a questionnaire basically for us. Developing an objective measurement tool is a very challenging task to complete. A review of the available literature on service delivery and service delivery model made it abundantly clear to us that all around the globe, researchers have been developing different models, hybrid service delivery models, namely that may not, with dimensions that may not have been accounted for by other models, because depending on the context of service delivery, the population under study, the participants of the study, research questions, and all that, the dimensions underlying every model may differ from the next model. So for us to be able to have a clear understanding of what sort of model, what sort of dimension has to be incorporated into our model, we started by critically reviewing a literature, the available literature, and adopting an inclusion-exclusion strategy. As you can see in the next slide, we initiated you went a little bit further, Farah.
Sorry.
Oh, no worries at all. So yeah, as I was saying, we adopted a strategy which in this strategy, we started by reviewing peer-reviewed publication venues, as well as government generation surveys and reports, all of which focused on the forefront models of service delivery. Given that the end goal of this research project, similar to many studies, is to deliver a model at the end, which at the end could have customer or client, newcomer clients' satisfaction and loyalty, our strategy for completing this initial phase of search was to investigate all the qualitative, quantitative, and mixed method research studies that we could get our hands on, and focus on the key terms that are all related to newcomer clients. For example, among these threads were a newcomer client, client satisfaction, client loyalty, client perception of services, hybrid services, online services, pioneer service delivery models, and so on and so forth. So as you can see, anything and every key terms and phrase that was related to newcomer clients, we incorporated into our initial phase. So this helped us limit and refine and limit our study to a combination of almost 250 articles. So the selection and combination of these studies, whether government guides or the peer-reviewed studies, they helped us target studies that investigated the accessibility of settlement services for the newcomer clients. Further, an analysis of the service use in settlement and non-settlement service context help us consider the models and their different models and their underlying dimensions. We made careful selection, and we also analyzed the non-settlement service organizations, service models, only because we wanted to see in different industries, for example, banking industries, what are the dimensions that are deemed as significant in order to get that client satisfaction that we had in mind. So as we were continuing our search, and at this point it was a very broad search, we were still at 250 articles, trying to limit that as quickly as possible and identify and underline those influential parameters. Fascinating, we realized that among these parameters, digital capacity or digital capability was a very influential parameter in service delivery and model development. Equally significant and interesting, we found out that the demographics of the participants of a study can be correlated with the satisfaction or the end result or the data that is collected later via a measurement tool, in our case, a questionnaire. For example, we found a great deal of literature on how the demographics, including their age or their status, immigration status, their occupation status, all of this can be correlated. So we kept that in mind, while we also were fully aware from the very beginning that to be able to underline these parameters, demographic parameters from the get-go as influential, we needed data. So we continued our search, and these parameters helped us expand our search threads to be inclusive of basically major service delivery dimensions that were deemed influential in different countries, basically across the globe. In the next slide, you will see that we managed to finalize from among those 250 articles, we managed to finalize 120 papers, which is specifically, they focused on two major categories of service. These categories include the conventional and the traditional service delivery models, with an emphasis on perception and expectation of both the clients and the service providers in various industries. As well as these conventional models, the example of which could be the IPA model or the service quality model or the ServQual, are the technology mediated model that I will explain after I go into details of this slide. So among the conventional models or the traditional models, IPA was one of the very first models that we came across as it was developed in the 1970s. So as you can see, it's primarily a performance-based model. We recognize that from the very beginning, but the important dimension underlying this model was importance, which is the importance that the clients, as receivers of settlement services, they attach to every aspect of service delivery. So this importance performance criteria basically helped us consider the fact that if importance, if a service or an aspect of service is considered as important according to the client, it doesn't necessarily mean that service organizations have already developed it. So we needed more data to be able to see what aspects of service are deemed as important and whether those aspects are already incorporated into the delivery of services by the service provider organizations. Continuing with our search, we came across service quality model with three main components: the technical quality, which is essentially what is delivered, the type of services that are delivered; functional quality, which is how those services are delivered; and equally important is the image. So it was interesting that the image of the service provider was just as important as how they deliver the service and what type of service delivered. The more positive and the brighter an organization image is in the mind of the clients, the less of an influence a mistake will have on the perception of the service quality. So essentially, even if I'm a service provider or staff and I'm providing services with a couple of mistakes here and there, the perception of the client may not get affected if, generally speaking, the image of that service provider organization is a positive and bright image in the mind of the clients. And the last conventional or traditional model that I would briefly talk about, but this is not the list. These are just some of the models that we reviewed and tried to go over the dimensions. ServQual. Well, ServQual is a very general instrument for assessing service quality. It has been broadly used across multiple industries, and it incorporates the benefits, including the tangible and intangible benefits, and the reliability with which services provided, the responsiveness and the empathy of service provider. It basically touches on the dimensions that will affect delivery of services to the clients, and data gathered through models like this can help service provider organizations to basically pinpoint what is it that it's not working properly in their system. So we learned from ServQual as a conventional model, and obviously Farah will go into the details of it later, but among the models that we considered as the basis and foundation of the WESO hybrid service delivery model, we included some of those dimensions. Moving on with the technology mediated models, among these models, as you can see, common among them is a digital component, as opposed to a traditional or the conventional models in which the service quality, information quality, system quality, every technology related component was basically missing. Among these models, technology is the highlight of the model. For example, DNM model was one of the first models that we came across with 6 major dimensions. The system quality, it encompasses all of the way that you can access service. So is it easy to use? Is it user friendly? Is the system flexible? Is it useful? Is it reliable? Aside from the system itself, the service and the information is also the approach with which and the nature of the information. Was it complete for the clients? Did the clients deem it as accurate information? So all of these system related and service related components will eventually, as you can see towards the end of this DNM model, will lead to the benefits and will lead to the satisfaction and loyalty of the clients. Among our search, we also came across SQL model. SQL model is a more comprehensive model that came into being basically after the ServQual was deemed as not being able to comprehensively evaluate service delivery. Again, the main reason, simply put, was the availability of e-services and the efficiency with which services can be delivered online. That component was missing. SQL, one of the components that we deemed as significant was the privacy component, as you can see towards the end of this model. The privacy with which the clients will feel the information was provided to them, because one of the first questions, at least among the clients of the YMCA that we observed and we heard about during our focus group interviews, when you talk about e-service or an e-government system, one of the very first questions is that, is it safe? Does it have any risk? Or is it going to be shared, my information? Is the staff going to keep the privacy of my information? And this component, privacy, was something that we considered later when we were developing the model. COBRAS was one of the models that correlated, basically created 4 components: cost, opportunities, benefits, and risks. It very strictly correlates client satisfaction with the opportunities and the benefits. So basically, if there are many opportunities and many benefits to providing e-services for the clients are going to be happy at the end. However, if there are any risks involved or any cost, for example, a lot of time that the client has to spend to access service, then these 2 components, risks and costs, are negatively correlated with client satisfaction. Moving on, iMeet was another technologically mediated model, which is similar to the COBRAS model, with the exception that in the iMeet model, we realized that technology-enabled components were part of the model. However, this model does not just pay attention to the perception or the expectation of the service users. It also brings into the picture the perception of its stakeholders, the perception of service provider organizations. As we believe in the WESO model, for our own model, successful service delivery is not just to analyze and evaluate what we can do in order to help the clients have a satisfactory experience with the service. It's also about helping the service provider staff in order to have that experience. So it's only the collaboration of these 2 sides of a continuum that we can have a successful delivery of hybrid services. Among the rest of the model, multidimensional model, which is purely client-based model, and the digital citizenship model, which in addition to the clients considers the service provider staff as well. It emphasizes the digital engagement, the digital communication, whether the service providers and whether the staff are able to communicate via the digital platforms available to them, or whether they're able to manipulate and use digital tools in order to access services, but also not just to access them, but to go to the very end of it and completely receive the service. So as you can see, and then again, this is just a very brief description of the technology-mediated models and the conventional models that we critically reviewed in order to have a bigger picture and understanding of how we are supposed to develop our own model. So we are now down to the 120 papers that focus on these 2 categories of services, but then we moved on to even limit our access to limit our papers, the number of the papers, to the final 28 that now Farah is going to explain to you how that happened. That's the magical part.
So as Persa has just covered, we had 250 papers. We reduced them to 120, and we were then able to even finalize and narrow down to 28 major papers. And those papers covered both types of models, conventional as well as technology-mediated models, and they were covering both government and non-governmental sectors. Those 28 papers, as you see in this slide, we were looking for the occurrence of a frequency, and we were looking on the repeated dimensions, and we were able to identify 10 main dimensions that were frequently repeated and underlined in most of the studies, including those 28 studies. So therefore, this integrated approach has helped us develop a model with 10 dimensions. The 10 dimensions are namely approach, reliability, digital capacity, cost, benefit, risk, opportunity, accessibility and usage, accuracy, and digital safety. And we were able to also identify 3 main components for the model: service, client as the users of the service, and the SPOs as the providers for the service. Interesting enough that most of the models usually focus only on clients when developing the model, but we integrated both and we took into consideration both client and service providers. Now, before moving into putting the model into questionnaire and developing the questionnaire, Parissa will be covering our sampling technique and our data collection, and then I will be covering the questionnaire development.
Thank you so much, Farah. Yes, so from the very beginning of our research project, considering that we were fully aware from the beginning that we're going to have the mass distribution of this measurement tool, that one way or another in the middle of one of the activities is going to be developed. So we were thinking, going back and forth a lot, having multiple sessions about how we are recruiting from the beginning our own participants, because our research methodology, the method that we chose in order to collect data and to recruit our participant, is a mixed method study, starting with a pilot quantitative, continuing with a qualitative, and then with the mass distribution quantitative. But the question was for us, what is the sampling technique that we have to follow, and who are we choosing from among the all the participants that are eligible, may be eligible to take part in the focus group interviews, as well as the distribution of the questionnaire. So we went on with a non-probability sampling technique, namely convenience and purposive sampling. The reason for that is that the pilot quantitative phase started from the very, very beginning of the project. So we wanted to be able to access the participants that are eligible, but they are most also accessible. So we had no choice, considering the time limit and the access limit that we had to the participants. We had to go with the non-probability convenience sampling. So however, when we continued, considering that the project activity timeline was a little bit more relaxed, we were able to follow the purposive sampling. It was very important to us that we choose this sampling technique, because we wanted to make sure that our participants, whether the staff, the SPO staff participants, or the client participants, are coming from a variety of background, from among the linguistic background to the immigration status background, to the age range, to the territory, province, city, and we are having access to a diverse population, because at the end of this questionnaire, once the data is collected, based on this data, we are providing and producing toolkits. So for these toolkits to be useful and to be used across Canada by different service organizations, we were committed to choose participants following a purposive sampling technique. Aside from the sampling technique, the next question was, who are we choosing or recruiting from among our client participants and the staff participants? The simple part was the staff participants, because we wanted to select from among the frontline employees of settlement organizations working in different departments, including the needs assessment and referral, information and orientation, language assessment, language training, employment services, and community connections. From among the client participants, the eligible client was under the ISAP program, those who were categorized into 5 classes of individual. So these categories include permanent residents of Canada, protected persons as defined in Section 95 of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, individuals who have been selected from inside and outside of Canada to become permanent residents and who have been informed by a letter from the department, and finally convention refugees and protected people outside of Canada who have been selected for resettlement in Canada. So having these two basically clear points, now we have clarity, what strategy we're following and who the clients are going to be. During our pilot quantitative phase, which was the questionnaire, the initial questionnaire distribution, we had 50 participants from among in-person service users, those who were accessing services in person, whether offline via phone or in basically face-to-face interactions, and hybrid clients, those who were accessing services online via the online platforms. From among the SPO staff, we had 60 participants. So an overall of 110 participants were recruited for the first phase, first quantitative phase. Moving on with the qualitative phase, we were conducting focus group interviews. During these focus group sessions, we had 2 focus group sessions, each of them with 4 participants from among the clients. And we had 15 focus group interviews, again, 4 participants in each group from among the SPO staff. Finally, as you can see in the next slide, we are working on the mass distribution, which is the last quantitative phase of this mixed method research project. Mass distribution, which we are selecting and recruiting 240 from among the clients and 240 from among the SPO staff. A general demographic as is presented here. Mind that, please, we are working still on the recruitment. Abrar and Bahar, again, thank you. I have seen them every second of every working day, how hard these two are working in order to recruit our participants. We are still in the process of finishing the recruitment, but as you can see, the general demographic will shows that 39% of the participants are currently from the Ontario and 22% are from Quebec, followed by the 14% that are from British Columbia. So now that we have a general picture and a little bit of information about the participants, Farah is going to go back to the developmental procedure of the questionnaire based on the model that we created.
So now, based on the literature, on the model developed, and based on the 10 dimensions, we were able to develop a questionnaire. First, we started with the initial version that we developed 2 client questionnaire, one for in-person service clients and one for hybrid service clients. And we also developed 1 staff questionnaire. In both of those questionnaires, we had 2 main sections, one demographic and one covering the Likert scale statements. And then in order to evaluate the accuracy and test for the accuracy of our questionnaire, we did a qualitative exploration for clients and staff perspective through our focus group interviews. So the focus groups interviews, we had like 15 focus group interviews for a total of 60 staff. And we had 2 focus group interviews with the clients. And those interviews help us recognize multiple generated themes. And from those generated themes, we were able to modify the model that we just showed you with the 10 dimensions and reduce them to the 6 dimensions. The reason that we reduced those dimensions into only 6 is because those generated themes helped us recognize that some of the dimensions were overlapping in the statements questionnaire. So we have merged some of those dimensions. For example, accuracy was merged with reliability, safety, data safety usage was merged with the risk, and the cost, benefit, and opportunity were merged together in 1 dimension. Now, Parissa would be covering how, based on this 6 dimension and modified model, we then went into modifying our questionnaire.
Thank you, Farah. Exactly. So after we modified the model, so we had achieved the milestone. The next milestone would be for us to modify the 2 questionnaires. But before going any further, modifying the questionnaire, even bigger than that, mass distribution of the questionnaire among nearly 500 participants, we took the significant step of integrating the data via methodological triangulations. Simply put, we wanted to put the focus group interview data and next to the initial pilot phase data to see if they produce consistent and convergent results. In other words, we were curious as to whether our qualitative data would confirm the initial quantitative data. So again, because of the time limit, I'm not going to get into the details of it, but the convergent end result of this comparison between the two types of data produced by two different methods informed us that there are some minor issues that need to be addressed in the questionnaire with respect to the content, meaning the concepts developed into the statements in the questionnaire, as well as the structure and the language of the questionnaire. So, for example, as an example, we realized that some of the content developed into the statements could be understood in different ways for the participants, whether the staff participants or the client participants. And we were fully aware of, in terms of the language proficiency, the fluency of some of the participants, the client participants, was not as high as, let's say, our staff. So we would have to make sure that technical terms are eliminated and the lay language is used in all of these statements and different sections. Another comment across from both of the methods of data collection, we realized that the questionnaire was a little bit longer than the participants expected. We absolutely agreed with that, and we tried to limit the number of these statements and make the demographic section a little bit shorter, and to make sure that we are reducing the element of boredom and frustration among our participants. Thanks to the focus group interview and the pilot study, we changed the structure of the questionnaire a little bit. So now we have thematized section. Instead of all of these statements being piled into one giant section, again, thanks to the rest of the team, Abrar and Bahar, we decided that maybe thematizing the questionnaire would be more comprehensible for our clients, specifically among the participants. So now in the staff questionnaire, we have four major sections, four major themes. The first is about the service organizations, the service providers themselves, followed by the services staff, the clients, and the services, and at the end comes the demographic section. Similarly, in the client questionnaire comes the service organization theme, followed by the services staff, the services themselves, and the demographics of the clients. So this would basically, this was the last attempt that we had at modifying the questionnaire, making sure that it is fully understandable, it is to the point and shorter, and we successfully managed to reduce the amount of time spent on both questionnaires from an average of, let's say, 45 minutes to now what is around 15 minutes, which was a huge milestone for us to accomplish. So before going any further, Farah is going to tell us, now that we have access to this questionnaire, in terms of the scaling of the statements, what we did and what happened in the questionnaire.
So now that we have, we are in the process of modifying the questionnaire to the final version. We were in the initial questionnaire, we had only one scale, which was the Likert scale. We were only interested in asking the clients how they currently evaluate or the services that the organization performed. But when we were doing the focus groups, the clients have mentioned that this service is the organization doing really great on it, but it's not important for me. Or this is organization is not doing good at it, but it's not important. So then we introduced then using two scales in this questionnaire, not only asking clients to evaluate the current performance of the organization, but also tell us what services are important for them. So this is based on IPA model. So it's a model that was started in 1977, importance performance analysis model. And this model is a marketing holistic tool used to, because of its simplicity and applicability, and it helps like decision makers in organization to efficiently shift the resources where it's needed. So for example, I will like 2 of those quadrants. So it goes comparing importance against performance. So in quadrant 1, for example, where performance of organization is low, but this service is really of high importance to their customers, this is where attention is needed. This is where the organization should shift their resources there to improve those services in specific. And we have like quadrant 4, where there's services where the organization is performing really high, but it's not important for clients. So this means there is resources overload, and those resources should be shifted toward other services. And that was why it was important to like include 2 scales in this final questionnaire. And in this questionnaire, even we try to make as much as possible the questionnaire frictionless, as Marco was saying. So we tried before, like what we were doing the piloting, we used to have participants go online, schedule a meeting with us where we meet them to like make sure they understand, or if they need translation for certain statements, and then we figure out that we need to make it easier on the participants. Beside using the gift cards, we also recorded some videos where we in both French and English, and then we added Arabic, because some of the participants asked for translation in Arabic. So those videos are very instructive and very, very easy to understand, where we go through the Survey Monkey and show them how, what are the types of questions, what are the sections, and also like explain to them why we're asking the same statement on both scales. Because if they don't understand why we are asking those and why it's important, and there's a difference between asking them what is important to them and how they are currently evaluating the performance of the organization, we wanted to make sure that participants understand in order to secure that we have high quality data collected. So that's how our data hygiene, or what we try to do in order to make sure a high quality data is collected. And this is just like a presentation of how our questionnaire looks like. So the same statement which goes on agreement, and then we ask them about importance. So it's like on the same statement, they don't have to read it twice, but they have to answer it on the 2 scales. And then now Parisa will talk about the next and the final step we had, which is validating our model and the plan for the statistical analysis.
Thank you, Farah. Yes, so what we are doing right now, which is the part that I am in love with, which is collecting the data, cleaning the data, and validating the questionnaire. So it is to be able to validate this questionnaire in the journey of any measurement tool development. Validation is the most significant step. So for us to be able to validate the tool, simply to be able to say that this measurement tool is to be used and is to be accessed by future research studies, we need to validate it. Validating requires mass distribution. So that's the stage that in the participant slide I briefly referred to. So for now, as I mentioned, we are currently involved in finalizing the recruitment process of nearly 500 participants. After that is the process of validating the questionnaire, starting with cleaning the data, which the team is helping me with, considering the scope of this research and the amount of data that we are collecting. But to be able to validate that, we are running factor analysis, namely exploratory factor analysis and confirmatory factor analysis. Research says, simply put, for exploratory stage of validation, we need approximately 150 participants, with which we have reached this goal. And then to be able to do confirmatory factor analysis, we need nearly a sample size of 200 participants for the CFA, or the confirmatory stage. So, but before we go to the exploratory or confirmatory factor analysis, one step needs to be established: whether the data that we are gathering is factorable, or the suitability of data for further analysis. And to be able to do that, I am waiting for the data to be collected completely so that I can analyze it and establish the factorability of data before going to factor analysis. I know I can get carried away when I'm talking about data, so I'm just going to put an end to it here. And these were the immediate steps that we are involved with right now. I'm going to give the platform to Farah to provide basically a general description of the timeline until the end of 2024.
So briefly saying, we now stand at finalizing the data collection. We almost like finalized the one for staff. We're still about to or in the beginning stage of collecting data for the clients, and we're just looking forward to validate the model and share it with the service provider organization. As we said, the tool would be so easy, the questionnaire is easy, that when they are done, it has a managerial tool where they can see the graphs, easily see where the services are distributed in the 4 quadrants, where they have to work more, where it's going well, and they had to keep going the good work they are doing, and where they need to shift the resources to other services. We're excited to August to November. We have action research where we're doing an experiment with 40 clients and taking them that only use in person. They are not comfortable using digital services, and taking them and helping them with the transition, training them, and remove the barriers they have, and help like improve their digital skills. And then in December, starting December, we're doing piloting for our develop tools, and helping organization also start applying these tools in their models. And then we're hopefully to start also having our statistics to share, to know what type of clients would work more into hybrid service, and what type of services works more into hybrid, and what needs more to be more in person. For example, it doesn't work to be online or hybrid. And then we are rolling out our training for staff across all Canada between May and October. At the end, we will be sharing the best practices and recommendation, hopefully by the end of 2024. So that's all. This is some of the reference. Of course, our list is much more comprehensive, but this is only some of the selected references. And that's the end of our presentation. If you have any question, we would be happy to address them. Yes.
Sorry, could you please just go back to the slide where you mentioned the 10 dimensions?
Yes.
Oh. Hi, sorry, could you just please go back to the, yeah, it's right there.
This 10 or the 6? This one?
Yes, I only managed to write down 3 of them, so I need the other 7. Thank you.
No worries.
Any other questions from the room, online? Okay, so I'm going to abuse my position. I'm going to ask a question. So, so you already mentioned you guys were doing a couple of things to validate the model. So on one side, you were doing sort of like evaluate the internal consistency of the model, which is like what you mentioned was you reduced it from 10 categories to 6 categories, yes. I believe, right? So, yes. And then one of the two, essentially to make it consistent, they shouldn't overlap, yes. For instance, yes. Right? And then there's the external validity side where you're sort of testing it out on yourself, like your organization, and then you'll hand this out to other organizations as well, right?
Exactly.
So will you be sort of evaluating how well they use the model as well, or is it just you give it out to them and then they report back or something like that? Are you working with partners on this?
Yes. So in the timeline, we will have a chance to pilot it at the end of the year. So first, we're doing it on our organization and on some other organization. So first, we are piloting it on like at least 10 SPOs where they apply the tool, and where we help them with the analysis and all of that, and help them like with the graph and piloting where they're doing well and all of that. and with some recommendation. And then after piloting, we have the chance to, if we want to modify, so we have time to modify our training material, our developed evaluation tool. And with that, we have external evaluators and we have internal evaluators who will also assess our evaluation tool and all those. And also we have Marco, like he's also a technology consultant for our program. So we have a very expertise also evaluators who are also like help us like develop the models and develop the tools, and then also start reaching out for services to test it first. And after we test and modify, then we're going between May and October, roll it out on a bigger side and roll it out to 450 to train 450 staff all across Canada. So before we like finalize it, we still need to pilot it. So even after we do the validation for the questionnaire and we do the confirmatory factor analysis and the exploratory factor analysis, we are doing the piloting, and then just making sure it's the tool is applicable, it's diagnostic tool and all of that. So yeah.
Question from, thank you, by the way. There's a question from Janet online.
Hi. So yeah, it was very interesting to see a theoretical.
Okay, no, it's fine.
It was really interesting to see a theoretical model, but I'm just curious about how does it look like if I was a client coming in? Is it a website? Is this a app on a website? Yeah, I'm just curious on what are these digital services that you hope for people to use. I'm asking this because we are also partnered with TMU with another project in my organization. It was like an innovation project, and we're doing a website in a sense, but it's like low bandwidth for the North. So it's very customized. It's a website. So I'm just curious about what are these tools exactly? If I were to break down all these models, what's the end result? Or you're still working on it, or what are some ideas? I'm just trying to think about if I was a settlement, like, you know, if I'm working in settlement, what are these tools that I'm giving them?
As I said, in August, after we like develop the tool and have the statistics and all of that, we will be able to see what are the barriers and the challenges that clients are facing when it comes to assessing online services. So once we like know the barriers, once we identify them, and that's we will identify them when we finish the analysis. Then in August, we're doing the experiment, and this is an action research. So we will be trying to remove those barriers. We will try to address those barriers, and then we would know which tools we're going to use and what type of training we're going to do. But before we finish like the statistical analysis, we wouldn't be able to know exactly what are the barriers and challenges for the clients, especially that we have part of our clients, we're doing comparative study. So we have 120 in-person clients compared to 120 clients who use digital services. So we are also comparing between those two types of clients, and that would give us a very accurate idea of what are the barriers, and then we will address them. And then the tool will be developed based on those identified barriers.
Thanks. Can I follow up?
So we would know, Janet, I think by November. So we would be able to share the tools and the training material that we will be we will recommend to use with clients that are not comfortable using online services.
Yes. No, that's great. I'm curious about how do you guys understand the barriers for if they were people who don't understand English? As I know you talked about the thematic questions, but I'm just thinking, you know, as a settlement, someone who supports them, oftentimes those who struggle online are those who struggle with English, and they tend to, like, you know, simple steps of going on Facebook because they already saved a Facebook account. They have Facebook, great. But the thing is, what they struggle with is getting a travel, like a plane ticket, because there's so many little like steps and they get lost, and we actually have an appointment to talk about how they can go see their grandkids. And I'm just curious about how do you ask these questions, and might there be bias with people who actually understand this, if they know English well, if they can answer all these questions, yet those who really are struggling aren't. So I'm just curious of how are you understanding the barriers for me to also understand how I perceive those barriers when I work with those clients.
I will cover part of this, and I will let Marissa cover the other part. So even all of those, like the language barrier was one of our one of the themes that we identified when we were doing the focus groups. So and at first we had a survey in both language, English and French, but then we during the development of the questionnaire, we figured out that we need also to make it available in Arabic, and also we did a video recording where we are explaining in Arabic on that. But we do recognize that there are other languages. So our recommendation is to provide it in as much languages as possible, whether using Google Translate or using a more professional platform where they can click and then have the survey in different languages. That is one of the recommendations for when we want to go into further research. Then this is like larger than the scope of this project. But even when we were collecting data, we had this with in-person clients. They were they couldn't access SurveyMonkey, for example. They needed more, like we call them on the phone, explain, and that was time consuming. But because they were doing the questionnaire even before we do the training, or even before we help them with the transition. So there was a lot also of those challenges, which was basically also one of them is the language barrier. So we try to address each as it's come out while even doing the data collection. But I will leave the second part for Parisa.
Thank you for the explanation, Farah. And Janet, thank you for the question. So to answer your very initial question, Janet, no, the model is not is neither accessible nor understandable to the basically participant group. So this is just the theoretical underlying construct that goes under our questionnaire. And with respect to the barriers, how are we going to identify them? These barriers have been identified in the literature review, right? So we have been critically going over it for the past few months, identifying those barriers, raising those barriers in internal sessions with our own external and internal evaluators and the rest of the research team. And also in the format of the questions, we have been raising these barriers to just see how the participants are reacting to those. Are they only barriers identified in the literature, or are these something that our participants can also, the group of participants and population that we're dealing with, also can relate to? So because the data was convergent and unanimous across the pilot data collection as well as the focus group, we developed these barriers into the statement. So these four thematized section of the questionnaires that we currently have in the two staff and client questionnaires, part of those statements are basically in lay language, very simply and far away from technical language use, are elaborating on those barriers. And we want to see whether the participants, whether they are staff participants or client participant, would express their agreement. If yes, what extent of agreement they express, and also how significant it is. For example, this is just one example that I'm going to say. For example, part of these the questionnaire, a section of the questionnaire is going to deal with the socio-psychological needs of the client participant, meaning that during service, accessing service and completing service, whether the service provider or staff that is dealing with them is giving them customized service, individualized attention, support, providing further links in case the client will need it, or do they feel safe with this staff? Do they feel safe with the type of information that they provide? So all of this are in the form of, or the format of statements. For example, the statement says, the settlement services staff give me individualized attention when delivering services. Depending on what kind of data collect we later from this mass distribution, we can highlight the importance of giving individualized attention in the quality of service delivery for the participants. If, for example, let's say at the end of collection, a questionnaire collection, we realize that yes, for the majority, more than 75% of the participants, at least client participants, highlighted that I need individualized attention, but I'm not getting it. This could be developed in an instructional toolkit among the many more important concepts that we are developing in the framework and toolkit for the service provider organizations, that basically telling them, hey, your staff needs to be more involved, more consider the emotional needs and the psychological needs as much as the service delivery needs of the participants. So this was just one teeny tiny example of what the statements, with what purpose and with what objective these statements were developed carefully one by one. Please also have in mind that we had close to, when we started, I think 40 something, closer to 50 statements that one by one we put it up for discussion. We agreed, we disagreed, we argued, and we brought it up to our external internal evaluator until we finally determined a selection, carefully selected the statements and put them in the questionnaire. And even yet, we still need to be able to say whether these are valid or not based on the data. So at the end of the day, it's all about the participants. So this is the exciting stage that we are waiting for it to be completed so that we can go through the data gathered very carefully and determine that package of barriers that our participants, whether they're on the staff side or on the client side, are experiencing, so that we can provide it for the service providers and tell them we have to come up with a solution as to how we are going to, in the future of service delivery in Canada, we're going to address this in order to have successful hybrid service delivery.
Thank you. Thanks for the thorough answer.
Absolutely. My pleasure, Janet.
Right, thank you. Okay. So I mean, I have tons more questions, but we can always take that. I can always talk to you later. So in the interest of time, so thank you, Parissa. Thank you, Farah. And
My
we can
pleasure.
move on to our next speaker. Yeah. Slides. Yeah. So our next speaker is Laura. She's coming to us from Hootsuite. So I'm sure many of you here have who used Hootsuite. So she's going to talk a little bit about content creation.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah. There we go. Everyone can hear me now? Perfect. Awesome. Okay. Well, very excited to be chatting with you all today about some content best practices for social. Lots of activities and also some tips and tricks coming your way. So my name's Laura Ricklick. So I'm a social media strategist here at Hootsuite. So really my role is to work with folks like yourselves to think through, some best practices and some strategies to really, help reach your social media goals. All right. And then in terms of today's agenda, I've kind of broken it down into three main parts here. So the first one we'll chat through is building engaging content. So thinking about how we can really engage our audience online through our different social platforms, but also, what folks are looking for when they go to those different platforms, because each one will be a little bit different. And then we'll also chat through leveling up your content strategies. So thinking about different messaging, different visuals that you might want to leverage. So we'll dive right into all that content, lots of good activities in there. And then we'll also finish up with the power of data. So we'll chat a little bit about analytics, what you might want to look for to make sure, you're measuring success for your social content. And then we'll also leave plenty of time at the end for any sort of wrap up and questions, but, we'll also keep today fairly conversational. So if you have any questions throughout, feel free to ask away and we can sort of get those going. Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready. Perfect. Amazing. Okay, I love it. So first we'll start off with building engaging content. So why is it important to really build engaging content? So, having a great presence on social media can first draw people in, whether that be sharing something informative or humorous. You can grow a really great community through social there. You can also drive some really valuable conversations with your audience. So, social is really kind of a two-way street, right? We want to generate a good dialogue instead of just putting some posts out there and hoping that it sort of resonates with people. And then third there, it should also provide essential information about, your services and what value you can provide to others. So just finding ways to, talk a little bit more about yourself and how you can help others. And then finally, it should also open you up to new relationships. So, connecting with people and developing some great online relationships and some loyalty towards your organizations there. All right. So for those of you who are joining us online, would love to hear your answer in the chat. And for those of you in the room, would love to see where you spend your time mostly on social. LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, maybe it's TikTok these days. So would love to hear, feel free to just shout it out where you're spending most of your time. LinkedIn and Twitter. Amazing. Any others, or is LinkedIn and Twitter kind of the main ones? Oh yeah, nice. Okay, fantastic. All right. What about for those of you online? What are you saying?
Most of them said Facebook.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. So mostly Facebook, LinkedIn, little Twitter. Perfect. All right, so when looking at this chart, you'll see that we've kind of got a bunch of the main social networks here, I would say. The only one missing, of course, is TikTok, but you can see they kind of go from the most professional to the most personal, and it kind of goes from left to right there. So LinkedIn in that case would be the most professional. So a lot of folks go there for professional networking, trying to find jobs or resources. That's always a really big key for LinkedIn there. But it's also a really great spot to get some industry trends or just some great thought leadership content. So LinkedIn, you could almost think of it as a professional trade show. Now, moving on to Twitter, it's kind of like a cocktail party. So a lot of people go there for, quick news or, in the moment kind of things. So, even thinking about going to different conferences or workshops, if there's a particular hashtag, a lot of the times people will leverage Twitter there to kind of live tweet or, talk about different trending pieces of news there. Now, moving on to Facebook. So you can picture Facebook almost like a dinner party. So, it's very much about sharing stories. It's also a very visual first platform. So you really want to think about the different imagery that you're going to use on that channel. Videos in particular do very, very well also. But really, it's more sort of thinking about sharing those interesting stories in a casual way. A lot of people also use Facebook to connect with family and friends, right? So thinking about that will also help sort of shape that content that you're putting on Facebook to make it very friendly and approaching. And then finally, we have Instagram. So a way you can think of that is like a digital gallery. So, Instagram is a very, very visual first platform. You really want to focus on that image or video that you're sharing first. But it was definitely, the most personal, I would say there too. So really with that one, you want to think of the image, but you could also, leverage things like Instagram stories as well to provide some good updates. All right. And then, there we go. All right. So the downside of cross-posting. So cross-posting can be, a little bit tough to avoid, especially if you're tight for time, or maybe, you are just trying to stretch your content a little bit further. Does anyone cross-post? Like if you're writing something for Facebook, let's say you're writing the exact same message on Twitter, or do you kind of change it up a little bit? So I'm seeing some nods that they're mostly the same. Yeah. Okay. So, that's totally, yes. No. Today is conversational. Yeah. So that's a really good point that, when you're tight for time, it can be really hard to change those messages. But even if you're able to just tweak it a little bit, or, just the post itself, if you're going to reuse the same image, it's always good, because even thinking back to those nuances for each platform that we just went through, every platform, people go there for different purposes, but also there's typically different audiences that you might have on those platforms as well. So kind of like what I mentioned, Facebook, they might be going there to see some friends and family sharing their posts or read about a little bit of news, whereas LinkedIn, they're going there with maybe more of a job focus. So you kind of want to just tweak the messaging a little bit if you can, just to make sure it's fitting for the different audiences and what they're going there to learn about. Yeah.
Twitter, and they changed the character limits many years ago, but a lot of people from the migration side of things will not know that, I believe, like by virtue of just it's embedded in the system.
Yeah.
So how does that, like, and you'll probably mention it, how does that change what you would want to do depending on what your limits are for your?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. So I would say for any social network, when thinking about character counts, ideally you want to keep everything above that see more button. So if you write a really long post and you get the see more and people have to click, and then there's more of the post down below there, ideally, if you could avoid that, it's 10 out of 10, because people will sometimes miss your call to action if it's below the see more button. So you want that link or, that sort of call to action above see more. So for something like Twitter, that's a shorter character count, try and get as much of that information as short and sweet as possible. But same thing for really any network, as short as you can, typically the better. Yeah. Mm. Oh yeah.
In the morning, when Mr. Mark was talking, and I was like, I was hesitating with the idea of like having 1 million view for 12 minutes, talking about the newcomers first day.
Right.
For me, with like from my own, I'm a psychologist. I have my doctorate degree in developmental psychology.
Nice.
So my research is usually about this stuff. And media, because I use it as scholar references, but to like social awareness in a way or another.
Yeah.
So I really insist on having like the videos like 30 to 1 minute as a max.
Yeah.
And making sure that it is clear, the language, as we said before, it's like easy and understandable, like with everyone. And it has a lot of virtual, visual content, so that the audience would see it. So this is why I was wondering how effective was that video in particular, comparing to the researches we have. Like,
right,
it was something, and then I was doubting the idea of the age group. So maybe because she's like she looks young, and she was like acting in a normal way, and in a very humble way. So maybe teenagers or young adults maybe would be interested to follow her all day long. But yeah. So for me, this is my question for you. Like, this is one of the things, and I have another thing that I was sharing with our colleagues outside. That I had a awareness video on Instagram. I usually use like scholar references.
Yeah.
And I came across, like, I usually do record my own and then put them on Instagram, LinkedIn, and whatsoever. And then I found a video for somebody who's just talking at 2 statements. One of them is patient is a skill. And you can't imagine, it hit more than 10,000 people in less than 2 days.
Right. Yeah.
It was like it's on my personal account under my name, while any other scholar reference, wherever I'm thinking about the background music and everything around, I'm aware of everything, but I didn't hit this number. It was like 10 times whatever video before I posted.
Right.
So I was like, why? It doesn't have a background music. It is only the face. It has nothing to do with makeup. He was in pain. He's sad. He's just said patient is a skill.
Right.
And
Yeah.
why is this? Yeah, and a lot of shares. And I was like, why? What is
Right.
the idea out of that. So I wish.
Yeah. Yeah. Oof.
Why that is, like the metrics.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's a good question. So with videos, I feel like people have such short attention span these days that, the shorter you can make your content, like that will always do really well, videos included. And then for a lot of social networks too, they want to see that initial sort of engagement within the first hour, and then they'll kind of extend your reach to more individuals as well, because they see oh, this piece of content's really blowing up and it's only been an hour since it's been posted. So even if you have different colleagues or friends or family, just say like, hey, I've posted this video, can you go like it, or can you go comment on it or share it within that first hour, and then it will help sort of extend that reach as well. But yeah, that's more of like the back end stuff, I would say. But
I have a front end, very relevant question that I struggle with. Not struggle, it's an interesting challenge using, language, but we have 2 official languages. And so this is where when you do a tweet, I work, you have to put everything exactly the same in both official languages. So how do you do that when anything written in French is going to be longer?
Right.
That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
And also then actually there's another question that I have, because it's migration and we didn't talk a lot about French. There are different dialects of French. There are different regional contexts of French.
Yeah.
And, when we look at the next waves of communities, and I was thinking about this thing with demographics, right? This question of demographics in the last 2-3 years, we've had multiple waves of communities that will change the very nature of who your client is and who the person working is. But at the very basic, from the we're still working with Microsoft Office, and every francophone's name has a red line under it. People from where I'm from, they're in the back of the line. If if the French, you know what I mean? Like, how do we start to accommodate and really function in second language friendly environments when our and I wonder if this is another question of the demographics of newcomers are also changing our own, social fabric. But the French English thing is something I was curious about, because I'm sure.
Yeah. I see quite a few companies doing just kind of like what you mentioned, right? You post once in English and then the following post is French. So that I would say is the most common. There's also a lot of really good translate sort of buttons and whatnot on social posts that help, but I guess that doesn't really help with the image. It's more so the post itself. So if you have text on the image, wouldn't really help you so much there.
Does it impact the algorithm though? And if you put hashtags, if you have a French hashtag versus English one, does it?
I don't think it would impact the algorithm that much, but that is a good question. That has gotten me thinking. I would say, the biggest piece is taking a look at your demographics. So who's following you? And that can also help too, to see, are some of my top performing posts typically in English, or are they typically in French? And I know one company comes to mind, they do most of their content in English, but when they think it'll be sort of a top performer, a really important message, they'll also put it English and French. Some people have separate pages as well, so you could also consider something like that. But I would say I don't believe it would affect the algorithm, but yeah, no, it's a good question.
Because we in my other hat that I wear, we find that people respond, there is this bias for English,
right,
and so it ends up changing the weights of,
Yeah.
let's say, metrics, but then that's why metrics you take with a grain of salt, because it's
yes.
probably better to treat it like a Likert scale. But
Yeah.
this is something that does come up when you have like 230 character. Was it 230 characters now, or it was 130 before they
It's
changed it?
280.
280,
Yeah.
sorry. So if you have that in English versus other languages, it would be very different.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Especially if the French messaging is longer.
Yeah.
Then yeah, no, that's a good point. Hmm.
Up to 25% longer.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's really like a game. It's like lottery.
Right.
It's really
Yeah.
but it's
It,
fun.
it might be worth, in that opinion too, just to like pull your top posts in English and then pull your top posts in French, because those top posts might be different for those different audiences as well. So that could be something to consider. Yeah. Yeah.
There's a lot of things too. I used to work at a museum when it first opened and over on the official languages mandate. So when we launched our chat, we just had one Instagram account, which we posted both in English and French. But when we launched it, we actually reached out to all the local francophone organizations and we're like, here's our social media accounts, spread it among your networks. And it was just kind of like a quick email, but like obviously we didn't do that for English because it wasn't necessary.
Yeah. Right.
It did help us with our French engagement and to get it out to the people that it would be most useful to, right?
That's interesting, because I'm wondering, did the community, those groups, because again, like French language is something that is part of the French identity. Was that something that they appreciated, or was it a burden? Because there's always that thing of like,
Yeah, we had pre-existing relationships with most of them from having developed the content that was in the museum. So I think it was very much a factor of like, this existed relationship is in place, and so they're appreciating this and going to use it, kind of thing. I don't know. Yeah, I think my experience is that it would still be appreciated even if there was no.
I think if you go from the beginning and you're inclusive by design, it's
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's a really good question. Yeah. Amazing. Oh my gosh, no, today is about chatting about social media. So I wanted to share a quote as well from Gary Vee. So it says, if you're telling a story from a park bench to three old guys playing chess, you're going to present it differently than you would sharing that same story in an auditorium at Radio City Music Hall. It all depends on the room you're in and the context in which it lives. Whew, sorry, long quote there. So this quote, it's actually a really interesting thought, because it mainly says, you want to think about your audience at all times and who they are. So you can even think about it as, pre-social media, thinking about more traditional sort of, media methods like books and movies and whatnot. And, when they have a book that they create into a movie, they'll change the storyline just a little bit. Like the main themes are usually still there, main storyline, but it might tweak a little bit in terms of messaging. And that's because they're tweaking it for the audience that's going to see either that movie or read the book. So we want to think about social media in the same way. So, tweaking it for those different channels if we can, making sure that it's resonating with our audience who's on there, to really sort of get that story across. Okay, now I always find it helpful too when thinking about, social content, what we're going to be posting and sharing, to list all of the relevant dates, deadlines, milestones, anything coming down the pipeline, just so that you can get ahead of it and you don't have to worry about rushing and creating content right, before you have to post it. So different things that you could consider could be local sort of, community initiatives, different events that might be happening. Topical things such as holidays, maybe you've got a really good blog or report launch that's coming out, or relevant things as well. So relevant would be more so like industry news or something that someone might find interesting that's maybe a little more trending. So I always find it really helpful to plan them out in a calendar. So maybe it's setting aside time, at the beginning of the year, or, a month or two before the next month, and just mapping out all of the different things that you may want to speak to. Does anyone have a calendar format like this for their social posts? Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. So this is just helpful because let's say, so it's June, right? And World Refugee Day, I believe it just happened, right? So that gives me the opportunity, if I know that's coming down in June, if right now, let's say it was May, for example, I know that, you know, that's coming down in June. It gives me a month to sort of plan what image I might want to create, or if there's a video series I want to create for that. So it just gives you a little time to think a month or two ahead of, okay, do I want an image, video? How am I going to create this? What message do I want to say? What's my goal with, you know, getting across this messaging on social? So it's just kind of helpful to map out. And this will always flex too, as you know, the things in the world change and new trends come up that you might want to speak to. But having this, it's more sort of evergreen content or things that are set in stone for those months that you know will come down the pipeline eventually. So would love to hear from you. What are some campaigns or different holidays or events that are coming down the pipeline these days that are important for you to speak to? Does anyone have any examples of something maybe even that they're planning on social? Yeah. So when thinking about like these posts, for example, do any of them, you know, are any of them coming down the pipeline for you, or big campaigns or different sort of holidays that you want to speak to on social that you're planning for?
Yeah, I can give you a good example. Actually, one of my researches is about merging yoga and mindfulness in psychological therapies.
Cool.
Especially cognitive behavioral therapies. So I usually, for example, I will search for the flyer when it came, like when Christmas was there. I put Santa Claus having like making a split and holding the deers in a Christmas tree, like in a shape of Christmas tree. So I did my best to merge the psychological part and reinforcing the idea that sometimes your body has indications for your mind, and the mind and body therapy is now ahead. I don't know if you have like a background about this. So I'm trying to use media, whatever I'm using, the words that I use, I try to transform it into a public, but it's all based on scholar references and not my own opinion about it.
Right.
I try to research and I try to pick up quote or something that has a theme and target, like to reinforce the idea for the public. I know that I'm always on off the media. I'm not consistent, but I'm trying my best. At least the people that I'm trying to reach, even if they were a small percentage, but I'm trying to reach as much as I can, where I can show people that they can change. And
right.
No one, it's all about education. It's all about the community that you're surrounded with. It's not the community or actual physical place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's amazing. Yeah. Can especially speak to even World Mental Health Day. You know, you could put some great content together for something like that. Yeah.
Actually, this is very related to something we're planning to do like in the coming month at least. Once we have our statistics results ready to be shared, one of our target is knowledge mobilization. So we started by creating a group on the settlement.org. And that group is only like the audience is usually professionals that work with service providers. But we wanted also to create our own LinkedIn page where we also share all of that. And for that, a calendar is one of the things we need to prepare. And on at least every, like, what would be the frequency? Like every week we have 3 posts. Should it be every 2 weeks we have like several posts? And about consistency, like should we like, is it more advisable that we like don't share 5 at the same time, but like have a plan always, like the one we shared, where we are all that keep us always consistent, the publishing and posting, and the content, like infographics, for example, would be more interesting. How short it should be, the content also of our post. So those are all questions that will be like discussed in the coming month, because we have to start preparing our social media for the project.
Yeah.
So we were discussing whether LinkedIn or Instagram or Facebook or all of them. And the interesting that you mentioned that should be customized. So if we put like Instagram, it shouldn't be as long as or same content as Facebook. There should be like a little bit customization to that and not cross-posting everywhere.
Right.
It would be really like helpful if.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, I've got all of those answers actually coming up in these slides. So I've got you. Yeah.
So Eli wanted to say something, Eli and Janet.
Yeah, so I just wanted to talk briefly about the question on the screen, what campaigns, holidays, and events we're doing soon. So my name is Eli from Jumpstart Refugee Talent. We're a nonprofit, national nonprofit supporting refugees with meaningful employment. And one of the things we've been doing earlier this year, we created a calendar, Excel sheet calendar, for every month, identifying what are some of the Canadian holidays or the Canadian recognized international, I guess, heritage months that are around, that's happening or celebrated in Canada or even abroad. So for instance, on February, we did Black History Month. One of our programs as well includes highlighting some refugee-led businesses, refugee authors, and refugee artists. So what we did for Black History Month is we highlighted an Afro-Canadian refugee author. We highlighted his book and talked about it and did a live interview on Facebook. For next month, what we have planned is it's going to be Tibetan Heritage Month. It's Canadian recognized, I guess, celebration. So what we'll do as well, we'll try to identify some Tibetan refugees and then hopefully find an author or an artist or a refugee-led business from the Tibetan community to highlight them as well, or highlight their business, and then do some live interviews. Live interviews have been success, to be honest, on Facebook specifically. LinkedIn as well can help that. And sometimes on Instagram, depending on the type of the business that we're dealing with and the target that we're trying to aim. So yeah, I just wanted to share that.
No, I love it. I love that you're sharing stories from the community too. Those are always really powerful. So that's really great to hear. Amazing.
Janet, you wanted to say something?
Yes, hi, my name is Janet. I'm part of Hecate Strait Employment Development Society. I'm a settlement coordinator, and what's really coming up is Canada Day, and Canada Day is very controversial in where I'm located, as probably many other places too, but in our location, we have 50% Indigenous population. And there's a lot of, not so great connotations with Canada Day now. So it's just like, how do I post, just Happy Canada Day. But I still want to highlight, and I'm just thinking out loud, seeking for advice, is we still want to highlight newcomers. And I really think that there's such value in having them create their own, whether it's they write about it and we put a quote on what they write, or, they film themselves or we film them and they get to share about, what does it mean about being in Canada to them or being a citizen. And so maybe it's not on Canada Day, but have it on in the month of July, and to say I am Canadian, or I strive, I like being in Canada, but I don't want that to diminish the fact that there is reason why there is issues with Canada Day, especially in our community, of how people decide to not take Canada Day off and choose different days in our community. So it's a very delicate subject, and it's just, should I even do this campaign or pipeline, or should we just make monthly highlights because it's a sensitive topic in a certain location? So
Yeah. No, that's a really, really good point. I would say kind of along the lines of what you were saying. I know a bunch of different companies just don't post anything on Canada Day itself, but rather, like you were saying, you know, maybe posting after or leading up to, and then sharing some of those community stories as well could be a really great option. But yeah, I totally hear you. If it's more of a sensitive subject, especially in the community that you're in, then straying away from posting on the day itself would probably be a really good option. Yeah.
If I may just jump in for this topic as well, something that we've been trying to do for Canada Day this year, and I would love to hear some recommendations if that's something maybe a good thing to do, or maybe we should avoid that, is we're taking this opportunity as a learning day as well. So what we'll do is, you know, celebrate and acknowledge the achievements that we're in this beautiful country, that there's a lot of freedoms. I myself come as a refugee from Syria, so I can't compare Syria to Canada. There's a lot of beauty here. There's a lot of freedoms. There's a lot of beautiful achievements, but at the same time, there is this history of genocide that we cannot ignore. So what I'm doing for Canada Day is posting kind of like a call for action to celebrate, yes, recognize the amazing things, but also not forget the historical facts and learn about the history and present and also future of this country, and having few resources out there. I remember watching this TED talk by a professor from, I think, Winnipeg University. He's Indigenous, I forgot his name right now, but he says, you might not be part of the problem, but you can be part of the solution. Right. So I take that as a way. So I don't know if that can help, or maybe someone has any other recommendations for us. I'd love to hear that.
Yeah, I love that. Does anyone?
I had something to piggyback on that. I wonder if there's any advice or thoughts on polarization, just like this broadly, when there are salient issues or there are certain controversies that, you know, we bring up Canada Day, there will be a big freedom rally, and you know what I mean? These are cyclical things. So how do you deal with polarizing issues? Or is there anything that you could do with the affordances of the social media platform? So let's say you would for Canada Day, as an example, a lot of people were tagging influencers that were taking the Indigenous courses, and then they were part of that horizontal community. That, again, this was still a very polarizing thing of, is Canada Day canceled or not?
Yeah.
But then cocooning themselves based on cultural, like Dan Levy or whatever. Is that something that people can do, whether they're influencers from the diaspora or they're, you know, hyphenated identities, that they can start to at least carve out a space that is people friendly and they can have softer conversations?
Yeah. I feel like a lot of the time too, people trust other people more than they trust brands. So, you know, sharing those stories, you know, from a personal perspective could be a good option to help with that too. Yeah.
G. Reese had her hand raised.
Hi, I was actually just going to make a comment, just entirely different from where the conversation was going. But in regards to Canada Day, I was just going to share for our end. I'm from Catholic Social Services, and I'm located in the Lloydminster Satellite Office in the Alberta side. What we are doing for Canada Day is actually we are celebrating it with the city of Lloydminster, and we have partnered with them because with all the COVID that has been happening for the last 2 years, what we have done is nobody has done an oath-taking ceremony in person for 2 years. So as opposed to doing an oath-taking ceremony, which we have done in previous years, we are doing a reaffirmation ceremony that is going to be taking place in person during all of the other events happening within the city. That is going to be highlighted. It is being highlighted right now in social media here in town. It's something that we are trying to push out there. And not only is it the newcomers that are welcome to register themselves for this event, but it's also the natural born Canadians and not just the naturalized Canadians as well. So yeah, that was my little piece for Canada Day.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea. Amazing. Okay, so let's chat a little bit then about leveling up your content. So we'll take a look at some messaging, some imagery, all of that good stuff that you can leverage. So when it comes to messaging, there are ultimately 4 things that a social post should try to accomplish. So the first one is educating, the second is entertaining, third is inspire, and then the fourth one here is convert. So we'll go through each of these together with a few examples. So the first one I have here is an example of an education post. So really educational posts are meant to spark curiosity, add to someone's knowledge bank. So sometimes on social, this can be seen as answering frequently asked questions, sharing did you know statements, or different tips and tricks. So I've got a post here that I thought was a great example of an educate post. So they're talking about employee mental health. But then at the very end of the post, they've got a link to, an article to read about effective workplace mental health strategies. So, it's really the purpose there is to help people learn about it and whatnot. So that was a great example of an educate post there. And then next up, we have content that entertains. So this is always really fun content to put together since you can get creative with it and have some fun. So, sometimes this can be seen as some different memes or unique stories. Behind the scenes content is always really, really good in terms of education, as well as holiday posts. So we've got an example here for a holiday post. Great example of an entertain sort of piece of content there. There was a great video with a lot of different imagery in it, but it's really speaking to Father's Day. So that was a fun example of an entertain post there. And then next up, we have content that aims to inspire. So really with inspire content, you just want to make sure, you're being extra careful because you want to be very genuine and authentic in your approach. But some examples of inspire content could be some people-focused stories or different CSR initiatives or community involvement. So this one, for example, I thought was a really great inspire post talking about World Refugee Day, and then sharing a behind-the-scenes video for a WeWork event that they hosted with a bunch of refugee-led businesses. So it was all like really great video, but also love how all of the businesses are tagged there. So in case anyone wants to click out and check out some of those businesses, they have the opportunity to do so. All right, and then finally, we have content that aims to convert. So when we say convert, a lot of the times people think of, buying a product or service, but it can also encompass, signing up for different forms or clicking out to read a blog or a different report. It could also be signing up for a job application and filling out a form there. So lots of different options when it comes to convert posts. Loved this one here where it was signing up for a webinar to look at different new grad career options. So definitely a great example of a convert post there. All right, so we've got a bit of an activity. So we've got one question here. So would love for everyone to just take out their phone or open up a browser window if you've got your computer handy and take a look on any social news feed, anyone you like, LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and find an example of an educate, entertain, inspire, or convert post. And I want you to think about what made it resonate or stand out to you. And is there anything interesting that you notice about the post that you might want to leverage in your own content going forward? So if you're joining us online, feel free to comment those findings in the chat. And if you're in person, you can either find a buddy and compare posts or do it on your own, whatever you prefer. So we'll come back in just a few minutes and chat about some of those findings if anyone wants to share.
I found this one, make your coffee at home, about intergenerational wealth to make us feel nice and happy, educated people.
Actually, there are a few which are pretty good.
Or this one too. Look at this. I got this one. Disinformation in the Google sauce.
Oh, that's a nice picture.
I'll like it and retweet it. somebody picked Gab right now.
Well, I don't have it on my phone, so. Do you?
No.
Okay. Let's see.
Really? Lots of congratulations.
Yeah, I like this one.
I don't really know what to say about my hotel view.
Okay.
Well, we'll just speak to it so you can sort of describe what the post was maybe about and whatnot. Does anyone have one that they want to share and what sort of stood out to them when they were scrolling through their news feed? Why they picked that one in particular? It was weird. Yeah.
Like I criticize every small detail in wherever video I see or I like or I do.
Right.
But this video in particular made me the camera angle, the level, the eye level is wrong.
Yeah. So it stood out because the video was not fitting the right vibe, not a good look. Yeah. Was it trying to educate or like educate on a particular topic, the video?
Yeah. Oh, this is the one you were talking about. Yeah.
Interesting. So it is a very close up on that person's face, like extreme close up. Yeah. Right.
It does has nothing to do with the categories.
Yeah.
Background music is higher than his voice.
Right. So that right there might be an example. He's trying to inspire, I think. So trying to get people to think about patience stood out, maybe because the video was a big zoom on the face and the music was very high. Anyone else find an interesting piece of content? Yeah.
Just opened my Instagram and there was a picture and explanation of using Washington Post about a number of US artistic swimming swimmer. Yeah, sorry. So she actually fainted in the pool after her performance, and she was about to drown, and her coach had to jump in and save her. And the post says that I had to jump in because the lifeguards weren't doing it. And the subtitle says that US artistic swimmer saved by her coach after she fainted underwater.
Wow.
And there were several pictures of how it happened, and I found that inspiring that her coach saved her life, actually.
No kidding. Yeah, no, that's a fantastic Inspire post. No, that's really, really cool. Is there anything that you noticed about that content? Was it, a really interesting video that was shot well that you want to bring into your existing social content, or just the message itself was really inspiring?
I would say a combination of the message and the pictures themselves, because they were realistic. At the same time, it was as if they were artistically photographed, the swimmer underwater and her coach trying to carry her unconscious body on the surface, and everything was about a matter of life and death situation.
Yeah.
Which made it quite dramatic and inspiring at the same time.
Totally. Something like that really draws you in. You want to know what's happening next there. Yeah. Awesome. Anyone online have an interesting one that they want to share? All right. We'll get you with the next activity. Okay, so when thinking about visuals, they are, as the slide says, vital to stand out and stop the scroll. And what I mean by that is most of the time people are scrolling through social media when they have a free minute, maybe when they're a little bored, maybe they're passing some time. So, you want to make sure your visuals are thumb stopping. You're getting people to stop scrolling. Those visuals will catch someone's attention first, and then they'll typically take the time to go in and read the post and follow whatever call to action you have. So a couple different creative formats that you could think about. First, visual list. Second is those infographics. And then the third is an interactive poll or Q&A. So for a visual list, this is a fun way to just sort of summarize some content. Everyone loves a good list as well. It's very easy to sort of read and understand and, get the main points there. And you can see we've got emojis as those bullet points there, just to add that little layer of visual. But, always fun for social to put those lists in. Next up, we have an infographic. So, this will answer your question there about the infographics, but it's a really great way to summarize content. They're also, really highly shareable because they're so visual, but there's also a lot of really good data points on there that are interesting for people. One thing you can consider as well, if you have this massive infographic that's going to be in a report, and it might not translate as well over to social since it's such a large image, you could consider breaking it down into micro content as well. And that will help stretch your content a little bit further so that you can keep promoting that great infographic and all of the data that is within it. And then finally, we have interactive Q&A, and this is where you can pose an question to your audience. And so you could do that one of a few different ways, but the two on the slide here, one is in the caption itself. So encouraging people to comment in the post. Now, if you find that you're not getting a lot of comments right away, this is when you maybe tap your friends or your colleagues on the shoulder and say, hey, go respond to my sort of caption or my post here. Because sometimes people get intimidated. They don't want to be the first one writing an answer to a question, right? So having a colleague or family or friend member comment there can always help sort of break the ice a little bit for others to comment. And then polls are also a really great option as well to leverage. They're super engaging. They're very easy for people to participate in. So those are always a good option as well to drive some engagement. All right, so you might also want to consider using a consistent theme or template on your images as well. This can help sort of give a little bit of brand recognition, keeps everything cohesive. So you can see here the top example from TMU. You've got some, visuals there on the left-hand side with the logo, and then sort of a similar format for the text on the slide. So it's following a fairly standard template where, I look at this and I know it's talking about a career opportunity at TMU. And then the one on the bottom here, this is more of a university example from Waterloo, but you could use this regardless. They've got sort of a yellow graphic on these images, and both of these are people-focused stories. So now if I head over to University of Waterloo's page, for example, and I'm just scrolling through their newsfeed, anytime I see an image with that sort of logo there, I'll know it's a people-focused story, and I might want to go in and click that and read more about that individual. All right, we've got another activity. So this one will be fairly similar to what we did last time, but instead I want you to go to, again, any social network and go type in the hashtag employment services and find a post whose visual stood out to you. So this is maybe less so about the caption itself, but just the image there. and talk about, what was good about the post, what are some areas they could improve, and what made the visual stand out to you when you were scrolling through. So thinking of that thumb stopping content. So we'll give it another 2-3 minutes for everyone to scroll through and find an example for that. All right, anyone find some interesting visuals?
I come across on LinkedIn dogs in suits.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
Stop there. This is the post I want to do similar things.
That is a thumb stopping image, 100%. I love it. Anyone else find a good thumb stopping image?
I found one that's pretty interesting. It's essentially an image of an organization called Job One KC, and they just posted a fun fact which said that Job One, that's their organization, has been incorporated since 1967 and has been providing employment services ever since. And their image was sort of like this very nostalgic black and white image of their employment center, and it shows essentially people from 1967 like
cool
entering the office, and there's like an old car and stuff. Pretty cool.
Very cool, especially the fun facts, those are always really good to draw people in as well. Amazing. Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah, no, that's a really, really good point. So maybe that's something that could even be interesting to think about for any future content as well, right? Using a bold color to get someone's attention, but also keeping it very simple in terms of the image as well, so it's not too busy. Yeah, that's a really good one. Awesome. All right. So with that, let's head into the power of data. So when the best time to publish is, but also thinking about those metrics. All right. So would love to hear from all of you. For those online, feel free to pop a number in the chat there, but how often you're currently posting on social media? Is it daily, maybe a few times a week, a few times a month, or rarely, but you're working on it? So yeah, would love to hear, what's your posting cadence typically look like?
A few times a week.
A few times a week. Yeah. Daily. Amazing.
People online are saying
seeing
1, 2, so pretty much
daily, a few times a week. Amazing.
Few times a month.
Perfect. Okay. No, that's really good to hear that a lot of you are doing daily and a few times a week. That's a very, very good cadence that you got going on. Perfect. All right. So when it comes to how often a brand should post on social media, general rule of thumb is typically 1 to 2 times per day on Facebook, 1 time per day on Instagram. Mind you, this is just feed posts, not stories. You can do much more when it comes to stories. LinkedIn 1 to 2 times a day, and then Twitter up to 5 times a day. But really it comes down to being consistent rather than worrying about the number of times that you post. So, just thinking of that consistency piece will also help drive a little audience growth, little extra engagement as well, because the algorithm is seeing like, hey, this person's posting on a regular basis. Let's push this content out to more people to see. So to sort of showcase what I mean by consistency is key, I've got an example here, and both of these calendars actually have the exact same number of posts, but the one on the left-hand side has them going out every other day, which is great. It's very consistent. The algorithm knows what to expect for them. And then the example on the right-hand side has them going out every day for a week and then off for a week, and it's just a little more sporadic there. So if you're creating content a little more on the fly, it might be harder to consistently hit that example on the left, but putting together, that yearly content mapping overview we talked about and some good sort of content calendars as well, it'll help you more consistently hit that example on the left so you can have content going out on a regular basis. All right, now another question we typically see a lot of is, when should we post? And as you know, social media, it's no longer really displayed in real time. It's all of these algorithms that now show people content based on their personal preferences. So really your goal in order to show up in people's news feeds is to focus in on engagement and really get people to like, share, and comment on your posts. Now, another good thing that you can take a look at as well is your analytics. So some platforms have the ability to see, when your audience is most online. So I'd encourage you to take a look at that. That can always be helpful to sort of focus in your posting schedule around there. All right, so now that we know a little bit about when to post, let's chat about some metrics. So would love to hear how often you're checking in on analytics on a regular basis. So is it a few times a year you check in on how your posts are doing, monthly, daily, or weekly, or you're not checking any social metrics right now, not a huge priority? Seeing some 2s in the chat, 2, yeah. Anyone else?
Never. 3s.
2s, 3s, amazing. Okay, so monthly, daily, weekly, good stuff, perfect. No, that's really good to hear. So tracking metrics on a regular basis can be really great sort of key indicator on how your audience is resonating with your content. So, reach, engagements, website clicks, lead generation, those are all sort of typical metrics that folks might, want to check in on every now and again. And these can sort of help show you what your audience likes seeing the most of and be a good indicator for also driving your content strategy going forward. So maybe it's putting some extra posts in your pipeline that sort of align with those top posts if, they're really engaging for people. Right, so lots of different common analytics on this slide here. So the most common ones I would say are kind of looking at likes, shares, comments, retweets, reach, engagement rate, and followers. But, as you dig into analytics more and more as well, there'll be other metrics that you might want to take a look at that, are maybe a little more complex as well. But these ones are always really good to keep an eye on. So when it comes to those metrics that we just showed, so in case, you're not checking in on them on a regular basis, or, you're wondering what some of those mean, impressions is typically, the number of times your post was shown to social media users. So if I see a post twice on my news feed, that would count as 2 separate impressions. But when it comes to reach, it's the number of unique accounts that have seen your post. So if I saw a post, let's say 2 times again, the reach would only count me once because I'm only being like, I'm a unique user that's just showing me once, even though I've seen it multiple times. Engagements typically encompass likes, comments, and shares on your social post. Website clicks is pretty self-explanatory there, just the number of clicks on your website links in your social content, as well as engagement rate. So engagement rate is the number of engagements that you get. So those likes, comments, and shares divided by the impressions that you have. Some folks opt to do reach instead. So it's typically up to you there. But engagement rate is always a really good one to look at, I would say, on a regular basis if you can. All right, now in order to understand what metrics that you'll want to track on a regular basis or what you should be keeping an eye on, it's important to set some social media goals for yourself. So would love to hear who is setting some social media goals, let's say on a yearly basis. Yes, no, or maybe working on it. I'm seeing some 3s come through in the chat. Well, we're going to give you some tips today. Yeah. Anyone here working on it too? Yeah. Yeah. Amazing. Okay. So some examples of different clients' goals could be, building brand awareness. You might want to be growing engagements on some of your posts, increasing followers. That's another really big one we see a lot. Driving website clicks if you're posting some great resources there, or driving job applications as well. So those are some of the most common ones that we see. Now, when thinking about this slide, do any of them resonate with you? Are you seeing any of these and you're like, yeah, I'm working on my social goals, but this one sounds kind of interesting that I want to maybe explore? Drive website clicks. Yeah, that's a really good one. Growing followers. Yeah. Amazing. Okay, so we're mainly looking at followers and website clicks. So those are good, fantastic goals. So really what I would encourage is maybe just at the beginning of every year, you can also take a look at it monthly if you like. And you could count the year whenever you want, but just map out what you want to achieve with social, and then it'll help you sort of determine what metrics you want to take a look at to really measure the success of the social content that you're putting out there. So I always find it really helpful when thinking about social goals to put it into the SMART framework. Is this something that everyone's familiar with? Everyone's heard of the SMART framework before? Amazing. Okay, we're pros already. I love it. So I won't dive into the SMART framework too much, but just making sure those social goals are specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bound. So when thinking about those social goals, I always kind of like to put it into a bit of a chart, and it helps me break it down so that I can, really make sure I have a goal set for my social content. So let's say one of you wanted to grow your audience, grow those followers. So let's take a look at goal number 2 together. So the specific piece of that SMART framework goal is I want to increase the number of followers on Facebook. So, I've got it specifically set to Facebook there, and I know I want to increase my followers on that platform. Now, the measurable piece of that is I'll know I've achieved that when I increase my followers by 100. So if I hit 100, fantastic. If I go past 100, I've blown it out of the water. But if I'm below, that's totally fine too, as long as you can sit back and analyze why that maybe happened. But, it's giving yourself a goal there. Now, thinking about the attainable piece, so as it says here, I have the power to accomplish this because I can connect with people on my end and create engaging content that gets shared. So it's attainable because, I'm the one going in, creating this content. I'm going to try and engage with people to get them to, want to follow me as well because I'm providing them value. So quite attainable. And then the realistic piece, yes, I can realistically achieve this goal. Maybe if I take a look at my metrics in the past, I've gotten maybe 75 followers last year. So 100 is a realistic goal. It's an added challenge for myself, but it's not something that I can't realistically achieve, right? And then finally, just making sure it's timely. So I want to accomplish this by the end of Q4 2022, just setting a timeline for yourself of when you want to accomplish that 100 follower increase on Facebook. So you can do this with any social goal that you come up with, but it's just sort of setting aside some time to really map it out using that SMART framework. And then once you have it sort of in that SMART framework, you want to think about how social can help you contribute to that goal. And that will really help you determine what social metrics you want to track. So going back to our good old framework, we'll still keep on with the follower growth one in the first column there. But you can see I've got my overall goal at the top. I want to build follower growth. And then all of those pieces that were in the previous framework, I've condensed it into one sentence there in the SMART framework column. So I want to grow my Facebook following by 100 new followers by the end of Q4 2022. And that way, it's just a simple goal and it's all condensed into one sentence. So then the metrics I want to track there, of course, are followers, but maybe a secondary metric I want to keep an eye on is reach. So I want to see that I'm maybe reaching new people consistently month over month. Now, the other one I'll highlight as well is increasing engagement rate. So for that one, or, even if you're not taking a look at engagement rate, it could just be simply engagements as well. So those likes, comments, and shares. So for this one, I've condensed the SMART framework to you want to improve that engagement rate or the number of engagements you're getting on LinkedIn by, let's say 2% by the end of Q4 2022. You could also, if you don't want to do engagement rate, which is percentages, you could say, I want to improve my engagements on LinkedIn by increasing it by 100 by the end of Q4 2022. So you could go either way there. And so the metrics you want to take a look at there would be, of course, that engagement rate. So looking at those comments, likes, and shares that you're getting. But if you're posting video content, maybe you want to be taking a look at video views or those website clicks as well. So lots of different options available when it comes to those goals and how you measure them. But putting it into a framework like this will help be sort of a reference for later, especially at the end of the year or the end of Q4 2022 when you're checking out if you've reached those goals. All right, now another sort of cool way to take a look at how your posts are doing is tracking some results. And this is a little more qualitative than quantitative, I would say, like the previous slides were in that framework. But you could also consider just taking a look at your social posts, saying, what images or videos are driving the highest number of engagements? If you're wanting to drive those website clicks, what posts are driving the most website clicks for you? Is one image template typically a top performer for you? Are posts of people versus locations or stock versus original images, graphics versus non-graphics? So taking a look at, from those top posts, what sort of is correlating there. And then if you're posting video content, you want to keep an eye on that watch time metric to see, when are people dropping off or losing attention with watching this video, as well as completion rate there. All right, now I've also included a bit of a social analytics cheat sheet here. So you can really think about it in 3 ways as well. So first one, who is my audience? How many people see my content? And then is my content engaging? So you can see all of the different metrics below those questions of things that might resonate with you or things that you might want to consider tracking. And that can help you see, who your audience is with those demographics or location, how many people are seeing your content with potential reach or followers, and then is your content engaging? So taking a look, of course, at those engagements, that top content as well. All right, so we've covered a lot of ground today. So I thought it would be helpful to have a bit of a sort of key takeaway slide at the end here, and then can open it up for any other questions or discussion that you want to chat through. So the first one, consider the nuances and strengths of each platform when creating content for social. So thinking back to those initial sort of slides where LinkedIn's more networking, Facebook is that dinner party. So thinking back to those, ensuring social content has a purpose and maps back to one of the 4 outcomes. So that educate, entertain, inspire, and convert. And then finally, experiment with different content formats and ideas to find what's driving the best results for you. So checking in, what are those top posts? What's, if you're wanting to drive website clicks, what's driving the most website clicks for you? Can you create more content like that if that's, really resonating the most with your audience? All right, and that is everything on my end. Are there any questions at all? Or even just comments or questions about, anything related to social?
Maybe I can ask a quick question.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in terms of content that you would sort of repeat or post every day, you would sort of post the same thing over and over again. Do you think that would tend to improve your reach or engagement statistics over time? Or does it have to be unique every single time?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I think changing up the content is always best, just because if people go to your feed, then they'll see a variety of different resources and pieces of content there. So I would say focus mostly on quality versus quantity. So if it's mainly a posting schedule that's, once a week or twice a week, that's, always good as well, as long as it's that quality content. So yeah, I would say that is always good. If you want to reshare some of that top performing content for you, if one drove a lot of really good engagements, I would say just wait a little bit so that it's further down your newsfeed, and then you can post about it again. Especially if it's evergreen content, you want to keep that message going. But otherwise, the more you can sort of change it up, I would say is always good. Yeah.
Jen?
Hi, yeah, I've been very, I like how you broke it down. It really helped me think about how to do social media in a more, I guess, tactical way. I'm just curious about how to get more calls to action and also get new people involved. And I think that and it's not just a social media question, it's more of just resourcing question. And why I'm saying that is, like, for example, like before I started posting and not getting as many immigrants liking, but then I started using their pictures and with their permission, of course. But then I said, hey, why don't you like our page so you can see your pictures and share it to your friends? And then they started noticing us and they started to like and share.
Right.
Okay. So it's like generating, now our regular clients are now doing it because now everyone who comes is doing it. So it's normal. But then how do I get the new people? And what I'm doing right now is we're doing Multicultural Day on Monday. We're having a potluck, and my goal is, go like walk across town, and it's a small town, Prince Rupert. So, there's 3 big streets. So I'm just going to go through these long streets and just walk and have these posters and like maybe have a QR code and just talk to them and just say, hey, come. And when they come, that's when like you capture them and like you do that. But you get the actual people who might follow. I'm like, is this smart? Will this happen? I'm just curious. I just want advice because I have these key events every month that we try to captivate, but then we get the same people. So yeah, I'm just trying to think, how do we do this? How do we be creative? Because I see social media as a tool, but not the only thing.
Yes. Yeah. No, that's a really good question. So I think, going to those events is fantastic, especially because usually some top performing content can be, when people see photos of themselves or people that they know, they want to reshare that because they're proud to see their friend or themselves. So, going to those events and then even just talking to people saying, hey, we post these great resources on our social. Here's the link to it, go check it out. If even there's like a little takeaway that they could have, like a little poster or something that has some of those social links on it, that could always be a good bet. Or if you're sort of if there's like a table or a booth, you could have the QR code like you were mentioning as well. But maybe it's like after you take someone's photo there, say, we would love to post this on social, go and check out our Facebook page or our LinkedIn page and, would love for you to see the content from today there. And that way, if someone wants to see that photo, they have to go to that social page to see it.
Thank you. Yeah, that was very helpful. Like, I think, okay, I got an inspiration from what you said. I'm going to make like a photo booth at Multicultural Day and maybe like have a little Polaroid and then, have them like, and then make a little, like an album, and it's like people come, like, they'll see and then have that hashtag. I don't know. It's a thought. And then on that little Polaroid, I'll have our little @ sign. I don't know. I'm thinking about how to do it because I'm from Toronto and I flew all the way up north with just like, how do I'm a very community focused person, and coming from a big city and just going to a very small city, it's like, how can you enact change despite like think big but act act local
Right.
and still make big change.
Yeah, even any sort of like advertising, like signs or posters or, different things promoting the event itself, you could have maybe like the handle or a link to the social post, if you're able to, and not promotional content. If not, just kind of like you were saying, at the event itself, have maybe a poster that has the links or QR code on it there so people can interact.
So there's a question from Lynn Zach. So she's asking, is it good to post the same content on 4 separate social media platforms? So for instance, so Lynn was asking, is it good to post the same content in 4 social media platforms? Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter. Is it possible to grow followers of 4 of them together, or should I focus on just one at a time?
Yeah, so you can definitely post similar content on different channels, but kind of like I was saying earlier, you want to tweak it a little bit so that it's just a little bit different, because you'll have different people following you. But also, I mean, to sort of go along that same line, if you have the exact same people following you on every social network, they'll see the same post 4 times, right? So you want to just sort of tweak it a little bit from channel to channel. But I think, each network will typically kind of grow individually. It's hard to kind of grow them together. But, whichever one grows the fastest, maybe, that's where you sort of spend most of your time, but also like still focus on the other networks as well, because they're definitely important. But yeah, the ones that are typically, underperformers or not getting a lot of engagements, still post content there. But yeah, the ones that do well for you, keep on trekking on those. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
And Ellie?
Yeah, thank you so much again for explaining. Just a quick comment, and then I have a question as well. The comment is, I've done a bit of research for the different uses of social media and then the algorithms and then how they're pushing the content. So each platform, it could be not necessarily throughout the year, they change all the time. So it's always important to keep up with this changes and how the algorithms are working and use them for our benefits. For instance, Instagram now are not focusing anymore on picture content. They're focusing more on real content because they're copying TikTok.
Yep.
So you'll have to do more reels content and push for that rather than even just the regular videos that you do for Facebook and LinkedIn. So it has to be more focused on a reel. And we've tried that, and I found a lot of success with one of the reels that we did. We got about, I guess, like about 4K views. So that was one of our highest views on Instagram or even any social media platform that we use. And then similarly goes for Facebook, similarly goes for LinkedIn. Each platform, they have the algorithm. So it's very important to keep track of these algorithms every time. But my question is for scheduling on Hootsuite. I was trying to schedule a reel and it wasn't allowing me to schedule because of the size of the reel. It wasn't compatible. Is this something that is going to be changed, or is it changed? Maybe I'm not sure of, or is it just from my side that I wasn't able to publish or schedule that content?
Yeah, no, yeah, that's a really good question. So I know there are typically some API restrictions that the social networks will put in place. So I know our product team, whenever there's a change in the algorithm and, especially video lengths and whatnot as well, they're pretty good at going in there and making sure that's up to date. Gar from my team. So Reels, I think that it's just videos right now on Instagram, right? Yeah. So if you're trying to post a reel, that might have to happen natively right now, but you can upload a video or Instagram stories, but reels and adding in the music and all of that, you'll still want to do natively for now.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
use the mic.
So one of our members last year, they put a bunch of work into creating a really excellent youth-driven community art exhibit on anti-racism. It was so beautiful.
Nice.
Anyway, they also did a lot of work ahead of time to create the posting schedule for social media. And then when they went to post, they realized that Facebook wouldn't let them use the term anti-racist. And
Interesting.
it threw off all of their planned programming because it had anti-racist in the title of the exhibit. And it's like, you can't go back and change that at that point. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
So they had a really good question, which was like, is there a list anywhere that they can find of like the words that you can't use? Or
I wish that would be, yeah. No, that would be really great if there was. Unfortunately, I feel like it's a lot of testing and finding that out after the fact. I believe there are guidelines, like community guidelines. They're not always super clear. So it's kind of reading between the lines there a little bit. But no, that's too bad. I wish there was a list. If I find out any extra information though, I'll be sure to pass it along so that you guys have that handy. Yeah, I'll dig into that. Yeah.
And then just secondly, like a lot of our members, they find it hard, as I'm sure a lot of others do as well, to be active on all the platforms. So would your recommendation be to kind of, if you only have time for example, Facebook, to put the effort into doing that well, as opposed to being like a stretched out presence?
100%. Yeah. Yeah. So if you're a smaller team, focus in on the platforms that, you believe or know that your audience are going to first. And then, you can always add extra platforms in as you want, but, focus in on what you can do and what you have time for, and putting all of that good content into one place can help you really grow a following there. And then you can always expand. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Any other questions?
No more questions?
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Thanks for a great presentation. Yeah, so I guess we're at the end of our workshop. Yeah, so let me just take a couple of minutes to just thank everyone for coming here today and for having really great engaging discussions. And thanks for sharing all your experiences in the work that you do. Everyone does excellent work over here. And the settlement sector is very, very grateful for everything that's you guys are doing. So just a few words on closing the actual workshop. We are so the entire project is sort of at a stage where we've completed our first workshop, and we're going to have 2 more workshops after this, not this year, next year, and then the year after that. So the next couple of workshops that we're planning, we haven't sort of narrowed down on exactly what the topics would be, but they're going to be a little more focused. Like the next workshop is going to be a little more focused on the employer side of things. So that's an area of research that's interesting to me, and also just generally for the settlement sector as well. So on the employer side of things, we're working more closely with the Immigrant Employment Council of BC, and but definitely looking for feedback from all the other organizations. And then a final workshop where we're planning to do that sort of in 2020, like towards the end of 2023. And that's more focused on the umbrella organizations that we're working with, which is ARISA, SACIA, and AMSA. And that in that sort of workshop, we'll look at sort of leveraging the knowledge of the member organizations of those associations to come together to try and identify solutions to sort of being able to organize ourselves as a system or a sector a little bit better than what we are currently doing. We're hoping that some of the resources and information that's been gathered from these workshops and throughout this entire project will sort of be disseminated a little bit better through us, and hopefully more discussion and solutions for the future. So a lot of these workshops and the research that we're planning on producing is mostly for the communication sector, for communications in the settlement sector, mainly because, as previously mentioned, newcomers need to have a sort of we need to be able to see the work that we're doing, need to be able to find the services that they need in the most efficient way. And we found that social media might be the easiest or the new way, the new and best way to do it at this point of time. And for that, we thank everyone in this room for all their efforts, as well as everyone joining us virtually. So I just wanted to give everyone a round of applause. So give yourself a round of applause for that.